En lo que
Y
alguien
entonces
habla.
en el otro aparece lo que está pasando en Zoom.
Exacto.
Perfecto.
Mira, me siento
Y esto
un
es-
poco, ¿sabes? Ahí,
Ajá,
como
sí.
las telas.
Here from Vienna, and good morning or good evening, depending on from where you are joining us virtually. So also a very warm welcome to all the virtual guests. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 22 Forum on Globalization and Industrialization, both virtually and in person here in the room. My name is Stefan Pahl. I am UNIDO staff member and your moderator for this opening session. This year marks the 7th anniversary of this important forum, which we have organized in close partnership with the Kiel Institute for the World Economy and the Kiel Center for Globalization since 2016. Last year, this consortium of institutions was enriched by the German Institute for Global and Area Studies and the German Institute of Development and Sustainability. Together with the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, these 4 institutes form the so-called research network, Sustainable Global Supply Chains. So this is a very timely initiative that sets out to communicate research results to practitioners to foster evidence-based policymaking for sustainable supply chains. And today we will focus on sustainable supply chains in times of multiple crises. We will now proceed with introductory remarks by the 4 institutes. So I'm very happy to welcome Mr. Bernardo Calzadilla here with me on stage and hand over for a short welcoming address. Bernardo Calzadilla Sarmiento is director at UNIDO and oversees the Division of Fair Production, Sustainability Standards and Trade. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. A very warm welcome to this year's Forum on Globalization and Industrialization. As mentioned by Mr. Pahl, after some years of virtual event, we are happy to welcome this year in hybrid setting still. But also we would like to welcome those who are joining online. And we are looking for an active engagement. We are also excited to welcome permanent missions that are present here in Vienna and also online. And we would like explicitly extend the gratitude to our co-organizers, the German Institute for Global and Area Studies in Hamburg with President Amrita Narlikar, the German Institute for Development and Sustainability in Bonn with Director Anna-Katharina Hornitsch, and the Kiel Institute for the World Economy with the acting president, Mr. Holger Görg. Amrita and Anna-Katharina will join us virtually in this opening. Together with the German Institute for International and Security Affairs in Berlin, this institute constitutes the research network for sustainable global supply chain, a very timely initiative in this moment of this multiple crisis. We are very proud that we have partnered together, and let me say, why are we talking about sustainability in the supply chain? It is that globalization has created a lot of opportunities for countries participating in global supply chain, but it has become very evident that the gains from trade have also downsides, and we need to look more at protecting the human rights, protecting the natural resources of the planet. Implementing sustainability is difficult because the different dimensions of economic, social, and economic sustainability at times of odd. Furthermore, these multiple crises that are around, be it climate, deforestation, decent work, have forced us to take new realities into account. So we have a number of approaches to implement sustainability, and it has been approached through different strategies. Certainly voluntary sustainability initiative, be it the guidelines from the OECD or the voluntary standards, have been a long time with us and brought about some successes with improving conditions in specific sectors and in specific supply chains. The next slide, please. Yet to rise effectiveness, more and more tools have been established more recently. We see appended trade agreements that entail social and environmental clauses, which make trade relationship dependent on compliance with specific standards, and in particular with environmental ones. as you see in the slide, we have moved from voluntary process to more regulation. And the take today, I will make, these are complementary measures, but we need also to think that both have heavy implications for developing countries. Most recently, also, we saw that national due diligence directive, which make it mandatory for companies selling in specific market to report sustainability record along the value chain. Such directives have been in place in specific sectors, such as the mineral supply chain since 2015, and in the US since 2010, but are increasingly applied for a broader scale. So the next slide. So the message here is that due diligence and voluntary standards and voluntary measures are complementary. So this is something that we would like to highlight, and also that standard can play a very important role in achieving due diligence. So we need to pay attention to the issue that these approaches do not turn into barriers to trade, and de facto barriers to trade that make it more difficult for some countries or some part of the SMEs to participate in international markets. So we need to make sure that we do not have a trade-off the different dimensions of sustainability. As concerns the SMEs, what is important that we take into account is that standards play a dual role. We look at voluntary standards, they play a role in giving them private benefits, especially access to niche markets, premium prices, productivity, competitiveness. This is all the standards try to achieve that. But there are very clear public benefits, such as shared prosperity, environmental protection, supporting the combating deforestation, safety, and etc. So we have to see that standards have this dual role. And this is why, because standards try to achieve public objectives, is that they can be so instrumental to help to deal with the due diligence process. So an unintended process is also that of this new due diligence, like with sustainability standards, is that SMEs tend to be marginalized. This means there is a consolidation of relations between MNEs with existing partners, and they will be able to continue working together. But this may lead to big problems with the some of the companies that are not part of the process and may become marginalized. I would like to mention again this notion that we need to look at due diligence, standardization, VSS as a whole. Policy, regulation, and standards are a good governance toolbox that needs to be making use. So I'm pleading here that there is a false dichotomy. There is no dichotomy. There is rather a way to look into the different aspects for the good governance. To finalize, let me address the challenging issue of implementing sustainability in a fair manner. This requires a coalition of stakeholders and institutions which provides the support where necessary and which identifies, shares, and evaluates best practices that lead to the best outcomes. This requires partners at different levels. Besides UNIDO partnership in global policy setting and technical cooperation, UNIDO is very proud to engage with the Ford Institute we have mentioned. And this today represents one visible form of engagement of UNIDO, and our collaboration stretches much further, including expert working groups, project implementation. The partnership approach is fundamental and the right example of forming a coalition that brings together evidence that informs decision makers to identify which approach works best to achieve the common goal of increasing sustainability in supply chain across the social, environmental, economic dimension. I'm therefore very happy to welcome you again to this year's forum, and I'm looking forward to the interesting panel discussion with fruitful interactions among the participants in the room and online. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this excellent introduction to one of the topics, overarching questions. I would now like to welcome Amrita Nalika to the virtual stage in this case. She's president of the German Institute for Global and Area Studies and professor of international relations at the University of Hamburg, and also honorary fellow at Darwin College at the University of Cambridge, as well as at the Observer Research Foundation and the Australia-India Institute. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan, for the warm words of welcome, and also to Dr. Bernardo Calzadilla Sarmiento for that very stimulating opening presentation. I'm sorry not to be able to join you in person at UNIDO today, but we thank you for being such gracious hosts and co-organizers of this important hybrid event. It is a pleasure for the GIGA, for the German Institute for Global and Area Studies, and for me to be a part of this important research network. And I want to give a big shout out to my wonderful colleague, Professor Jan Lai, for taking the lead on this initiative from the GIGA's side. Achieving environmental, social, and economic sustainability in global supply chains constitutes a major global societal challenge. On the one hand, integration into global value chains is often associated with benefits for countries' economic development, growth, and job creation. On the other hand, the environmental and social sustainability of production in GVCs is increasingly contested. And in particular, in the developing world, we can observe at times simultaneously and in the same country, both the potential benefits of GVC participation and the adverse social and environmental impacts. And as if this were not complex enough a challenge to address, the multiple crises that we are dealing with globally today have further complicated matters. So the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the associated high energy prices are triggering high inflation and economic turmoil around the world. This crisis is highlighting once again that economic interdependence can be and is being weaponized. Geoeconomic considerations, security considerations, are thus becoming another factor that shapes the organization and governance of global value chains. Supply chains resilience adds to and possibly overrides efficiency considerations. Especially in times of these multiple crises, the theme of this year's forum, which deals directly with the question of sustainable supply chains in times of multiple crises, research plays an important role in informing policymakers and providing concrete policy recommendations. In this network, we, as the GIGA, contribute, for instance, by investigating the impacts of integrating into global value chains on developing country labor markets. We investigate the repercussions of human rights due diligence regulation in the global north on the patterns of this integration and the subsequent socio-economic effects on supplier countries. More generally, and in line with the GIGA's global approach, we bring in perspectives from the global south on human rights and environmental due diligence in global value chains. Cooperation with UNIDO in the context of the Forum on Globalization and Industrialization has been very pleasant. and it has also been highly productive. We are, for example, looking forward to soon publishing a World Development special issue on the empirics of and policies for sustainability in global value chains, macro and micro data and approaches. This special issue has a couple of papers that were presented at a research conference held back-to-back with last year's FGI. This is now the second jointly organized forum that emphasizes the role of sustainable global supply chains as an important driver of inclusive and sustainable industrial development. We're very pleased to be joining forces again with the 3 other German institutes besides the GIGA, with UNIDO to organize this year's forum on sustainable supply chains in times of multiple crises that brings together policymakers, representatives from the private sector, academia, and civil society. And we look forward to also using this opportunity to deepen our collaboration with all of you as we share common interests that include and extend beyond sustainable supply chains. So I wish all of us a very stimulating set of discussions, an impactful set of discussions. And with that, let me hand the floor back over to you, Stefan. Thank you.
Thank you for your interesting inputs and also for showcasing the productive partnership that we are having. With this, I would like to hand over to Holger Görg, who is actually, so to say, a founding member of the Forum on Globalization and Industrialization, as he joined, in his position at the Kiel Institute already in 2016. And Holger Görg is acting president of the Kiel Institute for the World Economy and also professor of international economics at the University of Kiel and director of the Kiel Center for Globalization. Please.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and a very warm welcome also from me to all of you. Thank you for joining us today at this Forum on Globalization and Industrialization. Yes, it's the 7th forum that we've jointly organized together with UNIDO, and I'm very grateful also to the support we have received from UNIDO over time and the long-standing cooperation we've had. We have been working with UNIDO on various policy projects as well along the years, but I think it's fair to say that this is our flagship cooperation project. And I'm also very happy that this is the 2nd forum that we are organizing together with the other institutes, GIGA and IDOS in particular. And I'm very glad that we can and have extended the collaboration to include these other institutes and the other partners. I think we've all benefited from it. And last but not least, I'm delighted that we're back in person again. We did have the FGI twice in a hybrid form, and it's different. Let's just put it that way and leave it there. The topic, as has already been mentioned, is on sustainable supply chains in times of multiple crises. And of those, since we've started organizing the FGI, we've had plenty. We've had plenty of crises, particularly in the last couple of years, the corona pandemic. We have armed conflicts. We have geopolitical tensions in various parts of the world. We have trade disputes ongoing and perhaps shaping up. And of course, and not in any way the least, is the climate crisis, which has been with us for many years. So these crises pose challenges for the efficient and sustainable organization of production, worldwide production in international production networks. How resilient are they? Or how resilient can they be in the light of these crisis, in the light of possible production stops that can happen in certain locations, unavailability of crucial inputs, concerns about social standards, or pressure to reduce carbon emissions and other environmental impacts? And how can we mitigate the negative impacts this will have on firms and workers involved in these production chains, and of course the livelihoods of their families. And as was already mentioned, we have done research on this in the past at the Kiel Institute as well, and we're very happy to contribute in that way to these questions. So these are the issues we want to discuss at the forum. And of course, particular emphasis in the forum is on the perspective of the Global South, very deliberately. The Global South is very heavily involved in global supply chains. In many cases, it's in labor intensive production processes, or it's raw materials, minerals, including energy, that are supplied to international customers. And that's, of course, notwithstanding that there are also, of course, more technologically sophisticated production processes in the Global South. But this international division of labor that we do have in the world means, of course, that any shock at any stage of the global supply chain is also likely to feed through to the Global South, to firms and workers and families. And of course, this has implications for the further development of the countries involved. And these are the issues we want to focus on in this in the forum. We're going to look at, as was already mentioned by Bernardo this morning, we're going to focus on social standards. In the first session, we want to look at geopolitical tensions and geopolitical concerns, how they may affect production. And we also want to look at environmental issues here, in particular on the question whether green hydrogen can be a possible solution or a way forward. So we're going to have, I'm sure of it, some very fruitful discussions. We want to, I guess, also come out with some solutions rather than just discussions. But of course, we won't be able to solve all the problems today. That's not going to happen. I think we're all aware of that. But I think, and I feel very strongly that the discussions that we have and the solutions that we do propose today will be an important part in the jigsaw that's being put together by many actors around the globe to try and deal with these challenges. So against this background, I stop here. I wish us all a very fruitful discussion with hopefully much interaction going on, much exchange of ideas and solutions. And thanks again to UNIDO for hosting us, and to GIGA and IDOS and also SWP for joining us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, and also thank you for nicely linking the theme of today to sustainable supply chains. And last but not least, I would like to welcome Anna-Katharina Hornitsch again to the virtual stage. She's joining us from Bonn. Anna-Katharina Hornitsch is director of the German Institute of Development and Sustainability and professor of Global Sustainable Development at the University of Bonn. Please, the floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Pahl. Good morning, honored colleagues. Good morning, Bernardo Calzadilla-Sarmiento, Professor Görg, Professor Nalika. It is a real honor to be able to speak to all of you here today and contribute to the opening of the next chapter, I would say, in collaborating between UNIDO with IDOS, GIGA, and the Kiel Institute for World Economy, the research network of sustainable supply chains that has been found. It is a cooperation that for IDOS builds on 20 years of different forms of cooperation. Just this year, IDOS also contributed to the Industrial Development Report, the flagship report by UNIDO. Thank you for inviting us here. And also these cooperations build on earlier activities. I'm thinking here of the Green Industrial Policy Report in 2017 that was a joint endeavor between IDOS, UNIDO, UNEP, UNDP, ILO, and UNITA, and many others can be mentioned. No? So again and again, over the period of the past 20 years, having placed emphasis on the role of industrial policy making in a qualitatively, one could say, different manner, in a qualitative manner that contributes to sustainable development, that enables decarbonization processes and the development of circular economies, circular wealth creation. IDOS has over the past years increasingly built up cooperations also within the context of German academia. Here I would like to especially emphasize the cooperation with GIGA, with the Kiel Institute, with Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, SWP, and many others that also come together in the research network Sustainable Supply Chains and other joint project activities. It is an honor to be able to bring and contribute to the empirically based and theory-led research within an increasingly internationalized science environment, and then through cooperations with UNIDO, such as the one that we are part of here today, taking these expertise again and again forward into policy making processes, contributing to the respective discourses and policy making activities. Within the research network Sustainable Global Supply Chains, over 120 international top researchers come together, bring together their application-oriented expertise and feed or put them into very close dialogue with each other in order to assure that the different in-depth analyses in different industrial sectors on different also scale levels in different regional contexts speak to each other and inform policy making, not just on the national level, but especially on the multilateral level or also regional levels that requires the joint interaction between different science systems to speak to each other in order to then enable also policymakers to draw on that expertise. Now, yesterday, the Europe Sustainable Development Report was published. I just sort of brought it here in order to advertise it as well. It once more reminds us, on the one side, of the importance to increase ambition with regard to SDG implementation, and on the other side, reminds us of the mainly negative currently spillover effects of Europe, but also the positive potential effects through our global supply chains. And that, of course, stands here at the center of the discussions today as well. These are discussions that ask questions on how to ensure that social standards, it was already mentioned just now by my colleague Holger Görg, how social standards can be assured through global supply chains, but also, of course, ecological standards. We have the whole topic of human rights being increasingly under attack. We have a situation in which 70% of the world population live in autocracies, meaning that cooperation is no longer the norm, but that forms of cooperation are increasingly linked with also value-focused debates that makes it even more difficult to keep cooperation formats open, constructive, and at the same time, of course, underlines the importance of a research network such as the one focusing here on sustainable global supply chains that focuses on cooperation and on the restructuring of cooperation formats along social, along ecological standards, but also along, of course, or with the ambition to improve the different power positions in value chains in order to assure an equal benefiting from from inclusion into global value chains. Now, I want to simply express my gratitude for this cooperation. I want to underline how crucial this cooperation is also within the context, the larger context of the IDOS research and policy advisory agenda. We do most of our research through and in networks. Only then it can also basically capture the complexities of the concrete situations that the policy advisory activities target. The global supply chain network is special because not only it is an international network of top researchers, but also of top policy-making institutions. It fosters the transdisciplinary dialogue and enables us to orient our research in the direction of contributing to a better world. With this, I want to thank you for the cooperation and wish all of us a very good discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, and thank you for also highlighting how research and partnerships can contribute to addressing these pressing issues that we are facing. And with that, I would like to thank all of you for providing us with excellent introduction into today's subject matter, which I think gives a perfect setup for today's program. And as Olga has already alluded to, we will start off with a session on implementing sustainability in supply chains, followed by a session on the implications of geopolitical trends on sustainable supply chains, and round off with a session on green hydrogen and its implications for development. So with no further delay, I would like to give another round of applause to the four distinguished speakers this morning, and also welcome the panelists of the first session to the stage.
All right, I think we're all set now, even with the name tags. Wonderful. Here on site, and online participants, I'm very happy to chair and moderate this first session of this year's Forum on Globalization and Industrialization. My name is Jan Lai, and I'm head of a research program on globalization and development at the GIGA that you have now heard several times. I'm also here as an organizer of the event on behalf of the Research Network on Sustainable Global Supply Chains, a network funded generously by the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Participation in global value chains has been shown to be an important driver of productivity gains and employment creation that we have heard of, but social and environmental conditions in GVCs have in many cases improved little. And while private sector initiatives to improve the sustainability in global production in the form of certification and voluntary standards have been around for many years, we are increasingly seeing mandatory due diligence regulation being passed or implemented, I think for good reasons, as we don't proceed with voluntary standards alone. I think Bernardo is very well outlined that these two things are not, should not be seen as separate, but that they are strong complementarities between what are voluntary standards in putting into practice, in fact, the mandatory due diligence regulation. We have a strong German presence here, also for good reasons. Since the Germany's Act on Corporate Due Diligence in Supply Chains, in short, Supply Chain Act, will become effective only in a few weeks' time. Further, the European Commission has adopted a proposal for a directive on corporate sustainability due diligence, as was also outlined earlier. This due diligence regulation, and we have discussed some practical aspects already during yesterday's workshop, exemplifies a larger trend towards sustainability, linking also to environmental and social sustainability clauses in new trade agreements. This new regulation aims to promote sustainable and responsible corporate behavior throughout the value chain by requiring negative impacts of corporate activities on human rights, such as child labor, worker exploitation, and on the environment, such as carbon emissions, pollution, and biodiversity, laws identified, prevented, ended, or mitigated. Implementing this regulation is not only potentially challenging for bigger multinational enterprises, but even more so for smaller firms and for firms based or operating in countries where compliance with environmental and labor standards is not the norm. That's where the major challenges lie. And the latter firms, those in places where compliance is not the norm, must in some cases now navigate a patchwork of heterogeneous sustainability standards across consumer markets. This is the background against which this session discusses the challenges of implementing human rights and environmental due diligence regulation, the reaction of the private sector, and potential unintended consequences, with a particular emphasis on small and medium enterprises. We will also look at those due diligence regulations from a trade angle. That's an aspect that is possibly at least to some extent ignored at points. And the aim of the session is to explore potential solutions to these challenges. In particular, we would like to examine a bit the policies and approaches that can support firms, both in the global north and the global south, and the role of bilateral development cooperation and multilateral actors. And to this end, we have put together a panel of very distinguished speakers from policy and practice who bring complementary perspectives and sometimes different views on the topic from the private sector, from bilateral and multilateral development cooperation, and from a regulatory perspective. I will introduce our speakers here as we go along. Let me mention that we would have liked to have a voice from the Global South. And that's a very northern panel here. But eventually this did not work out, despite our attempts. I hope, though, that we have about 150 participants online and more than 50 here in the room, and I'm sure there will be voices that can bring in this perspective. Which brings me to some practical remarks. We will now have a conversation here among us and discussion for about 45 minutes. And already during this conversation, I would like to ask you, in particular online participants here, to post questions, comments that may arise. We will try to take care of that. I even have a tablet here that doesn't work in the moment, where I should be shown in a Google Doc with all the questions and comments that are being asked. So maybe make sure that this doesn't switch off. So we'll try to take care of this during the panel. Note also that the panel will be recorded. So if you don't want to be recorded, maybe switch off your camera. All right, that said, we can kick it off. And I would like to start with Anousheh Vahidi next to me here. She is head of the division Sustainable Transformation of Global Supply Chains at the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development in Germany. She is and was in charge of the Supply Chain Act, Miss Supply Chain Act, and the EU due diligence legislation. She was instrumental in the development of the government-led sustainability label, green button in the textile value chain. Very happy to have you here, Anousheh. And my question is the following. So we are now seeing that due diligence legislation finally coming into force. And in this key moment, where do you see the main implementation challenges? And that's the first aspect. And in particular, I would like to ask you what you see in terms of firm preparation. Are both buyers and suppliers in GVCs, are they well prepared? And do you already see impacts on what firms do? Over to you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Jan, and thank you very much for having me. Very happy to be here. Very distinguished guests, and also the opening remarks were extremely helpful for this discussion, and I would like to refer to them, to the colleague from UNIDO, for instance, who pretty much lined out everything that is important in the discussion on due diligence in global value chain supply chains. How do voluntary measures come into force when we are talking about regulation? Is regulation the silver bullet? So therefore, to first briefly answer your question, it's just too short to answer the impact of the regulation, because as you said, the German Due Diligence Act will just come in force in less than 4 weeks, and then we will see. But what we can do as a regulatory player is to work with the public authority, which will be in charge for that. That's the BAFA, the German Office for Export Control. And it is all set. They're on route in starting their job on 1st of January 2023. And we did everything in the past 1.5 years to work on the capacity building of this authority. So our first focus was, of course, on that. And the BAFA itself came up with a couple of guidances for companies, because, and this will answer the first part of your question, hopefully, we see a need of information for companies on how to comply with their due diligence, which a bit surprised us on a government point of view, because, and if I may, I would like to start, go a step further, a step back, and just elaborate on the process in Germany. We came a long way from voluntary standards back in 20 years ago to mandatory due diligence regulations. So what we saw in the past is that the voluntary standards and the voluntary approaches, where BMZ did a lot in supporting MSIs, multi-stakeholder initiatives, they have success, but to a certain limit. So we cannot reach out to the 100% of the market that is actually needed if we're talking about human rights, fundamental human rights and environmental standards. So what we did, a very German approach, we had the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and we started a survey. So we gave businesses the opportunity to show us on a voluntary basis that they comply with their due diligence. And we had 2 different surveys, which unfortunately showed that less than 20% of German businesses comply with their due diligence on a voluntary basis. So this was, and we have a coalition agreement there as well. This was actually a call for action for the German government. And it was clear that we have to go a step further, and voluntary measures obviously won't make it alone. So we needed a regulation. And I want to be very clear in that regard, that we are actually putting into place what exists over decades. We're talking about the UN Guiding Principles. We're talking about the OECD guidelines. They're all in place for a lot of years. And what I've heard always from businesses and also from business associations throughout the last years is we're already complying with these requirements. So there shouldn't be actually no fear of a regulation if businesses already did this. So the survey showed us that unfortunately we're not there yet. So what we can do is to sort of help assist businesses in better understanding what is required from them, what due diligence according to the international standards, OECD, UNGCs mean. And on the other hand, not only provide information, but also develop capacities and offer guidances, as I said. The BAFA laid out two guidances, one on risk management, how to conduct risk management, because this is the first requirement of our law. And it is based on the UNGC and the OECD guidelines. What we ask businesses is that they understand their supply chain. So transparency in supply chains is the first thing that we address with this regulation. So what we certainly need to do is to help businesses in better understanding their supply chains. So I think this is the biggest challenge so far, what we see, and this is the feedback that we get from businesses, that there's still not enough information. The value chains are very complicated. You were referring to the Global South, rightfully. So it's not only value chains, it's value networks. So it's very hard, not only for small businesses, but especially for big businesses who have more than 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 suppliers. And to keep track of all of them is obviously a huge challenge. But what is also very important to understand for businesses, we don't ask them to track all these 100,000 business partners. What we want them to do is to set up a risk management tool where they can identify their risks and where they can prioritize their risks. And what is very, very important to understand, the due diligence according to the UN guiding principles doesn't require a success. That means in other terms, what we ask businesses is to do their best. And if still things happen along the value chain, maybe right now, human rights violations are prevalent in value chains of businesses, it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be fines from the authorities. So if the company can address and explain that they did their utmost best in order to prevent these human rights violations and the environmental violations, and it still happened, then we're fine. I mean, it's, and I want to take this fear away from businesses that there will be like sort of a judgment day if something happens within their value chains. This is extremely important to understand. We want businesses to better understand their value chains, create transparency within their value chains, and sort of contribute to that. And if something happens, we're here to also help to assist, because there's so many, and this is the second message that I would like to deliver. Due diligence is a shared responsibility. That means businesses alone cannot solve the problems along the value chains. Politics has a role, obviously. We did it with the regulation. We do it with multiple voluntary measures. We do it with our development cooperation, with multilateral cooperation. So, and of course, business associations, but civil society has a role, trade unions have a role. So it's sort of a multi-stakeholder initiative. Then that's really my third message that I would like to deliver. We won't leave businesses alone and behind. So we're firm, and we are very, we would like to ensure that we're doing our utmost to support businesses. But what we cannot do is to sort of do their due diligence. That's what businesses have to do on their own. What we can do is support them in that regard. So what we can see already as an impact of the upcoming regulation is that the market is coming together. MSIs, multi-stakeholder initiatives, are working closely together, and we are funding more than 65 multi-stakeholder initiatives as BMZ, as Development Ministry. And we see that now that MSIs understand there is a regulation, and we're not like, we're not working in an open space like we did it in the past. So we need to somehow comply with that. And that's an important signal, I think, and the important signal from the MSIs to us, and vice versa. We would like to support MSIs in that journey, because I think, and the colleague from UNIDO already said it, standards will play a pivotal role in the future for businesses, because I mean, we're all sure, as I said, very complicated networks. Not everything can be done by the business itself. So we need to join forces, and MSIs will be even more important in the future. And so I can definitely encourage businesses to more engage with other businesses and use MSIs, use standards as a tool to comply with their due diligence. That doesn't mean that it will substitute the due diligence, but it's a helpful tool. And whatever helps businesses to comply with their due diligence is, I think, a good instrument to sort of get to that point. And one last point, because I think from a development point of view, as a development actor, that's the most important issue. It's the perspective of rights holders. The Global South was mentioned here rightfully, and this is something that we will definitely focus more in the upcoming EU regulation, how to strengthen rights holders' voices and their rights in an upcoming EU regulation, because as you know, the German regulation doesn't consist of a civil liability. Hopefully we will have that in a European regulation. So the Council was very clear on that. And we will do everything to support rights holders in getting their rights, and on the other hand, support businesses in complying with their due diligence. So just to sum up and answer your question, so I think it's too early to call what the impact of the law is, because it's still not enforced. We will need some time to get there. But what we already see is that businesses, I think 1.5 years ago, they were very clear, okay, the law will come, so we have to somehow cope with that. And that's the beauty of German businesses. This innovative, they're very innovative and very, constructive. The law will come. We try to prevent it maybe from the one or the other side, but it will come eventually. So we will have to do everything in order to comply with it. So that's why I also encourage associations to work constructively with the not only with the businesses and the companies, but also with us, to work on meaningful, and when I say meaningful, I truly mean meaningful engagement on projects on the ground that will help suppliers to better comply with their due diligence, because they're not directly affected by the German regulation. That's important to understand. Only the big companies, we will start with the big companies with over 3,000 employees from in 4 weeks on, and then we will, in 2024, we will start with the 1,000 employees. So they will not be directly affected. So there will be no fines from the authority and no reporting obligations, but they will be indirectly affected. And there we would like to assist as well, because they have to open up with their value chains as well, and they have to be transparent as well. But there is this firm commitment from the German government, and especially from the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development that I'm representing, that we will not leave businesses behind in that.
Thanks a lot, Anusha, for these insights from the authorities' perspective. So the authorities are well prepared and they are willing to support businesses. And of course, what we would like to hear now is the private sector perspective on this. This is why we have Reinhold von Ungern-Sternberg here, who is the Director General of International Markets at the German Association for Small and Medium-Sized Businesses, an association that represents the interests of SMEs. And before joining this association, he was responsible for business development in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, in leading positions in German and international companies. Okay, so we have heard the authorities' perspective or the government perspective on matters of affairs. And in a statement last year, your association was very critical of the law that you are now faced with. And the major concern that you expressed back then is that German companies would shy away from urgently needed investments, in particular in the Global South, in response to that law. Now that the law is coming into force, what is the mood among German SMEs? And are we seeing this fear that you articulated back then, that they're scaling down activities, maybe scaling down on investment? And more generally, how do you see the behavior, the reactions of the firms, of your constituents, and do they feel that they are being supported the way that was just described?
Well, thank you, Jan, for having me here, for the invitation, and to all organizers of this event. Thank you especially for having me here as a representative of the businesses we are talking about and of the SMEs. I'm also very thankful about especially the last words Anosha was saying about the constructive role of the business associations and the German business. And I think in other countries it's the same. Well, we are talking about a very clear responsibility, not only of the countries where unsocial labor and other conditions occur more than in Germany, but we are talking about a global responsibility for our societies, of our governments, and of businesses, of course. We don't deny that. We are talking about basic human rights. And we, of course, as an association and our stakeholders from the companies, they all want to have the same values and conditions globally as we have it in Germany. For instance, about climate change initiatives and regulations and labor conditions. But we also have to face that we have new regulation for our companies, and we have to see what implications and outcome it will have. So in there, we criticized a lot in the early phase. Now we see we have the law in Germany implemented. We have it. We have the discussion in Brussels, and we see that we have now to engage a lot, and we do it within our membership to inform our members, to connect them with the helping hand of government institutions and of the private sector, who is already training and bringing forward global supply chain evaluations. So we are doing that as well. So we don't criticize that much anymore. But if we discuss it now here, I just want to get back on from where we started. So we have on the one hand side the globalization, and we have the German economy being a major player in the globalized economy, and it's for the wealth of all. It's for the wealth of companies, of employees in Germany and in other countries, because we are doing trade, and we are providing working places globally with German companies involved. Now we have this act that works from the 1st of January of next year, is implemented for companies with more than 3,000 employees. And these companies are less than 1,000 in Germany, out of 3.5 million registered companies in Germany. So it's a very small part of the German economy, and we as an SME association, we are not that much affected as the other companies. But from the beginning of next year, it will be already the companies with more than 1,000 employees, and there is where we have some family-owned businesses that are bigger than that. What has been discussed by Anosha was that not only the companies who are regulated by this act will be affected, but also there will be a spillover effect to suppliers of companies which are affected directly by these regulations. And this is where we are not so used in Germany to have new laws where we don't see what will be how we can deal with the risks and with the with the law implementation afterwards, what will come out of this act for our companies. And this is where we've had many concerns. And we are discussing now what we can already see in the businesses, which outcomes of this act and law. To be honest, in Germany it starts on 1st of January next year, so we do not have we do not see any results so far. Yes, what in general we criticized, and we still criticize, the uncertain amount of new bureaucracy, because it has already been mentioned as well that we have a time where we've had a pandemic, and somewhere in the world we still have very strong pandemic rules, like in China. Therefore, we have much higher logistic costs. We have exploding energy prices. We have inflation. We have a lack of skilled workforces, and all this is pressing on business. Then we, on the other hand side, when we talk about voluntarily organized measures by the economy, and it has been underlined that the business was not willing to do something voluntarily, so it had to be forced. We are talking about SMEs, and SMEs, they have a very small overhead. So, for instance, even if the SME has more than 100, more than 200 employees, sometimes they have 5, 10, 15 people working in the offices, and all the rest are blue collars. So we are dealing with many topics where our businesses should improve very fast to new things that happen in the world. For instance, cybersecurity. So every company now needs to invest in trainings and in equipment for making companies' IT structures more secure. So this is something on top of the investment of the companies in terms of bringing the products or services to improve them, just to make the business more secure. And now we have something other new coming, and then we have the energy prices, and so on and so on. So the SMEs are facing hard with new regulations in general, and this is what we criticize. But on the other hand side, we have a lot of trainings, information, and so on going on to tell our companies the story that, okay, it's handleable. So we have these two ways of approaching the new act and the new law.
Yeah, thanks a lot for these perspectives from private sector, which we will take up in the next intervention. Let me turn to Virpi. Virpi Stucki is the chief of the Skills Development and Fair Production Unit here at UNIDO. And in that role, she oversees UNIDO's interventions on improving the income and employment opportunities by empowering people and enterprises with demand-driven skills and by fostering entrepreneurship. Her work encompasses UNIDO's efforts to support SMEs, here we are, in supplier countries to integrate successfully into global supply chains. So we have heard already here in practice where the challenges lie, in particular when implementing strong due diligence regulation. And even more so when you think about relatively distant upstream suppliers in places, as I said in my introduction, in places where compliance is not the norm. So what is to be done about this? Do we need to support firms? Which firms to be supported? So German firms, firms supplying firms in the global south. What should be our priorities? Or should we have maybe less stringent laws to start with and phase in some regulation of the type? Over to you.
Thank you very much, moderator, for this question. Very happy to be in the panel today. So let me start with your last question on whether we should have less stringent laws to start with. And the simple answer is no, because we need to increase the sustainability along the value chains, and regulation is one way of doing that. As Anusha said, we need more transparency along the sustainability of global value chains, whether it's on environmental, social, or governance issues. And the fellow panelists already mentioned there are many pressures that we are facing. I will point out again the pressure of climate change. And in a recent report from UNEP on global gap, the conclusion was that the international community is falling very short behind reaching the Paris goals, and that there is no credible pathway for 1.5 degrees in place. And one solution is that there has to be system-wide transformation to avoid climate disaster. And I would actually like to see the new regulatory reform as one system-wide transformation that is needed currently, where supply chains will be made transparent through regulatory measures on issues such as deforestation and child labor. Now, of course, with every regulation, the risk is that it doesn't bear the right results. And in this case, for example, that the multinationals transfer their liabilities to small firms in developing countries. Therefore, the system-wide transformation needs to be done in a manner that the business sector and the governments in developing countries have the means to build compliance capacities and remain integrated in the global value chains. And for this to happen, the international community, including UNIDO, we are ready to assist. We are ready to use our existing expertise on value chains, quality infrastructure, skills, impact investments to help our member states in the lower tier countries, whether it's individuals, firms, institutions, or governments. So let me give you some examples of tools and approaches. And one of them is a recently launched digital cloud-based investment platform for the African, Caribbean, and the Pacific region. And the platform basically provides information on investment project opportunities at the country and at the regional level. And the purpose is to attract foreign direct investment. But the platform also gives indication on how the investment projects meets the SDG goals. So basically, it also enhances the social and environmental impact of existing and new investors in this ACP region. Another example of UNIDO's approaches or practices is in the field of skills development. We have been working for the past 10 plus years with industry partners, private sector partners, especially on the heavy duty equipment industry. And we call them public-private development partnerships, PPDPs. And basically we are building capacities of technicians on the health, safety, and environmental issues jointly with the private sector. And to take this skills development topic further, UNIDO will start next year co-creating curricula jointly with the private sector with the purpose to train sustainability professionals in developing countries. So basically, to summarize, we do need the legislation, but it has to be enabling. It has to be there has to be an incentive to comply, and UNIDO stands ready to support with our existing or new tools and approaches. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot for this complementary perspective on how these processes, this regulation can be supported also in practice. Let me now turn to last but not least to Lucian Chanat, who is the head of the division Global Regulatory Cooperation and International Procurement Negotiations at the European Commission. Until July 2020, he had been the chief trade economist at the same institution. And prior to his time there, he had positions at the UN in Geneva dealing with trade and development issues. Let's step back a bit from those micro level issues of implementations and look at the broader picture of what due diligence regulation might imply. Yeah, so we've heard about the private sector concerns, about less investment, for example, in supplier countries. And both the German and the proposed EU regulation would probably, seen from an economist perspective, would probably imply less trade or trade reallocation. So trade with different partners. And in principle, such mechanisms, if they come into play, may be detrimental to trade, economic development, or detrimental to European competitiveness. And even more so in these difficult times, where with geoeconomic competition, geostrategic considerations at play, and so forth. So that's the big picture, and I would like to have your view on this. So how do we see sustainability standards in this bigger picture, including the new European directive and its effects on international trade flows, and more generally speaking, about the international trade and investment regime? So big question for you, Bhushan.
Thank you, Jan, for perfect introduction. Good morning to all of you, and many thanks to UNIDO and the co-organizers for this very kind invitation. I'm very happy to be back to the UN family. As I said, I'm a former UN employee working for almost a decade in trade and development. It's always a pleasure to engage with experts in this field, particularly with such prestigious and renowned German research think tanks that are so present and active in this field. So there's a lot of fruitful exchange that we hope to have today. Let me perhaps start, as you said, with one small precision on the due diligence proposal that is currently being discussed at European level. There's been a lot of very good and insightful elements mentioned in this area. So I will not dwell too much on it, and I will move to the specific question you mentioned. But I think one important element in understanding the way in which legislation is being made at European level is to make sure you understand that there are different types of EU legislation. So I've heard today colleagues and experts and speakers using interchangeably the EU due diligence regulation or the EU due diligence directive. Well, these words are extremely important. They are fundamental for understanding how the EU legislation works. So a regulation is very different from a directive. A regulation would have essentially, I'm simplifying a lot, but it's a piece of EU legislation that has direct effects, and it has to be applied as such by member states. There may be additional guidance or implementing instructions, but then the regulation as such is the actual law. A European directive, in contrast, allows member states to then implement in their national legislation. They need to transpose the directive into national legislation. And therefore, the due diligence directive is one of those acts. It will not have a direct effect in itself, and it will, in fact, give, I think, some small margin for maneuver for member states to modulate their specific interpretation of the directive while remaining faithful to the main principles and the main legal requirements in the directive. And that's, I think, the way in which we could work very closely and very constructively with those member states that already have legislation in place. To be perfectly honest, I think one of the major reasons why we thought we would need a due diligence directive at European level is precisely to avoid a fragmentation of the single market. We are the guardians of the single market at the European Union level. We want to ensure that there is a level playing field within the single market between companies operating in different member states, but also a level playing field and a non-discrimination sort of environment vis-a-vis companies in third countries. So if you put all these elements in place, it was clear that there was need for legislative intervention. We did not step in just for the sake of it. And I think this is where the bigger picture that you mentioned, Jan, comes into place as well. It's still early days in our long and sometimes complex democratic process of lawmaking in Brussels. We have multiple institutions. We have to navigate through a commission proposal, a council position where member states would agree on perhaps an amended text that will differ in some elements from the commission proposal. And then the council has to agree with the European Parliament on, again, yet another potential set of amendments that would shape the final stage of that document. So when the three major co-legislators, the European Commission, who has the right of initiative, the Council, where member states have their democratic right to introduce their own views and amendments, and with the European Parliament, which is a co-legislator on a full-fledged basis, when the three co-legislators agree, then we'll have the final version of the due diligence directive. Now, do not hold your breath for that. In some cases, such co-legislative processes lasted for years. I was personally responsible recently for such a process that lasted more than a decade. But that's it's an exception, so I don't want to scare you. I think this is a topic on which action is needed, and we shall be able to agree among ourselves fairly soon, I hope. Now, why is it important to keep this in the bigger picture? Well, precisely because I think we live in, as previous speakers mentioned already, in extremely turbulent geopolitical times. We need to adjust some of our policy instruments, and we need to make sure that they remain effective when faced with these new challenges. So we had a lot of challenges affecting supply chains, and surprisingly, they were very resilient. We had at the same time a global pandemic, a war at our border. We had a lot of incidents. You think of the Suez Canal, which actually affected 10% of global trade, just one accident blocking a major trade artery. So all combined put many of the companies that depend on supply chains under enormous strain. Now we have inflation on top of it. So with all these elements, frankly, if you look at the way in which European companies and also third country companies, including small ones, manage to remain connected in supply chains, it's in a way surprising, astonishing that they are so resilient in of themselves. But that doesn't mean that there are not problems. And this is where the European Commission in 2021 launched a revised trade strategy, which tackles some of the things that we try to address also with one of the instruments that we are now discussing, due diligence. There are many others. Carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is another instrument that wants to make sure that trade and sustainable development work hand in hand. We need to have a level playing field for trading companies, and we want to make sure that trade does not jeopardize the Paris agreements, for which, as you said, we're not quite yet sure if we have a credible path forward. So while trade is not the main driver of CO2 emissions, it has to become a contributor in the right direction in that fight. So there are a number of elements beyond climate change and environment where we need to be more responsible in our trade policy making. So why is that so? Well, simply because we have too much at stake. If you look at engagement of European companies in international trade, despite all these challenges, if I were to ask you, what do you think is the number of European companies who continue to be engaged in trade over the pandemic, over the geopolitical tensions? If I were to ask you, do you think that number of small European companies that depend on trade, has it increased or has it decreased in the last couple of years? I was personally surprised to see that the number of European companies, particularly smaller ones, that are engaged in trade has increased in this very difficult couple of years. We have now passed the symbolic bar of over 1 million European companies that depend on trade. Now, these companies, of course, they're small, and they will not, at least in the current version of the due diligence legislation, they will not be directly affected by it. But if you think of the fact that they are indeed massively engaged in international trade, we need to be mindful of the kind of implications, direct or indirect, that legislation has on these companies. They very often depend on trade. We have 1 out of 5 jobs in Europe depend on our ability to trade with the rest of the world. We cannot afford to jeopardize that equation that works so well for us. It worked very well for many developing countries, and for millions of companies in those developing countries. Europe is still the largest export destination for more than 80 countries, developing countries around the world. If you want to make it in international trade, you better be able to sell to the European Union. That's a test of your success as a competitor in global markets. Now, how can we ensure that we have the right balance between promoting trade, which, although I work for the department in charge of trade, I will admit that trade is not an end in itself. Trade is a mean for prosperity, a mean for sustainable development, a means for companies who have access to better technology, to pay higher wages, to increase employment. And when we look at the evidence we have from very detailed country case studies, we see to a large extent that this story holds. I was reading recently, before coming to this panel, a very detailed, a very comprehensive firm-level study, firm-to-firm transaction in Costa Rica, a country that depends a lot on investment from multinational companies from the US or Europe. And if you are an SME in Costa Rica, and if you compare 2 SMEs, one that is involved in supply chains and one that is not, you see that a small company in Costa Rica that is part of a supply chain for a few years, 3-4 years minimum, after that period would increase employment by more than 20%. They will expand their production. They will hire more people. They would increase their productivity. They will expand market destination. They will pay higher wages, sometimes 10% higher than their competitors. Now, responsible sourcing and the kind of legislation that we see now on many aspects that are important for sustainable trade, let's not kid ourselves. It will have a cost. The question is, will the benefits of participating in responsible, resilient supply chains offset some of these costs, direct or indirect, that one has to cope with? So far, again, from country case studies, we see that it is possible, and very often the benefits of participating in supply chains offset the initial cost of putting in place these risk-based methods or any other measures that will allow you to show due diligence or compliance with some of these requirements. And I think here, as regulators, and we being, as I said, we have a particular responsibility, being the primary market destination for so many companies in developing countries. We want to make sure that they remain competitive and they are able to export to EU markets with these new requirements in place. And we always follow a number of good regulatory practices and principles. As Anosha already said, in all our legislative initiatives, we try to promote compliance with international standards. If there are international standards in an area to which the EU has participated in shaping those standards, and we believe that they are adequate to show compliance with the objectives, or with the public objectives that in the first session we saw the UNIDO director mention these public objectives of standards and of regulation. If a standard complies with those objectives in Europe, you have presumption of conformity. It's a very important intrinsic link in European legislation and standards as a presumption of conformity with the legislation. So I think that's very important, because if you are already following the UN or the OECD or the international standards, the ISO standards on sustainability, it's early days, of course, we don't have the EU directive there, but if we were to follow the same logic we had across many other legislative initiatives, that presumption of conformity would be there for you as a company. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel if you are already using it. I think it's also important to understand the necessity to engage in regulatory dialogue. So here's again one element I would like to stress as a concluding remark from my side: the crucial importance of working hand in hand with various organizations. The UN and the EU share, to a very large extent, many common objectives, not just the Sustainable Development Goals, but many other objectives, including promoting sustainable development and industrialization in many countries. So we rely on the ability of us to create synergies between the kind of projects and programs that are promoted by different UN agencies and the actions that we ourselves, through the Aid for Trade and through the development assistance, are going to put in place to facilitate the adoption of such legislative initiatives in those countries that still require to sell to Europe. And when you do so, when you comply with this regulation, the benefit is that since in Europe we are guided by, as a democracy, by what our citizens request and require from us, you will probably have access to a very large, established market where you have a premium for your product. So maybe you don't have to sell more because we need to remain sustainable in our production. But if you sell a bit more, but for a higher price, because these are products for which you can attract a premium price. We've seen, for instance, with the fair trade initiatives, you have a premium price. This is, at the end of the day, what matters for developing countries, for the small farms, for the women entrepreneurs, or for people who depend on exports for their livelihoods. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we really collected very useful complementary perspectives on various aspects of these due diligence regulations. And as time has already taken us to 10 to 12, we have about 20 to 20 minutes left since we started a bit later. And I would like to open immediately to questions from the audience. Meanwhile, you can also think, my panelists here, about comments that you may have on the interventions of your fellow panelists. I have this, the chat on my radar screen. While I'm collecting questions here from the physical audience, I will consolidate those and ask them in a minute. So please, can I have questions and comments from the audience? So I have Holger. I do have a, no, that was stretching. Yeah. So Holger, please.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much for all the interventions this morning. It's really interesting. So my question, or the point I'd like to raise and ask you about is, I think a lot of what we heard was about compliance. How do German companies comply with this and the problems this brings? But when I started thinking about this law, I thought the positive side of this is the development side, right? You want to help companies in the global south to develop. And for that, you need cooperation. So, and we know from a lot of research that what really brings these benefits to companies in the global south is if you have cooperation between the multinationals and the supplier. So, no, the multinational goes there, assists, trains, helps in whatever shape or form. And this seems to be completely missing from the government initiative and also from the discussion this morning. And I was just wondering, what are your views on this? And how can we foster this cooperation between multinationals and their local suppliers? Because at least from my point of view, that's what we really want to do with this law. Thank you.
Thank you, Holger. Do I have another question or comment here from the audience? If that's not the case, I can add, since there are quite a few comments and questions here from the chat. And I think the first one that I would like to ask to most on the panel, in fact, is how do we take on board in formulating all these initiatives, also taking into account the composition of the panel? How do we take into account the perspectives of the Global South? Which are the fora in which we discuss this legislation, be it on European, German level, and so forth, with the actors that are eventually concerned, suppliers in the Global South? And here in the chat, we do have a particular reference to multi-stakeholder initiatives from the Global South. And Shamira Ahmed asks, may you please share the action that has been taken to support meaningful participation of such actors. Yeah, that's one aspect that I would like also some of you to elaborate on. Then I have a couple of practical questions that regard implementation. One that you may also in light of discussions on the European directive, and thanks for the clarifications, by the way, is what about subsidiaries? That's one question, the practical question that is being asked here in the chat, and then the question, who will actually do the monitoring, and maybe you can also elaborate on that. There are a couple more, but I think I'll leave it for now, and then we might have a final second round. Do you want to start?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
and thank you very much. I've got a strong voice, but I can use the microphone as well. Thank you very much for the question, especially Olga. I'm very happy that you point your finger at the development side of this whole regulation. And I think one of the main reasons why we as a development ministry were one of the co-leaders of this regulation was this development point of view, right? You know, we want to avoid the race to the bottom that we saw in the past years. Deriving from the power imbalance that we see between the global north and the global south. We see a responsibility of the global north to take care of the, let's say, the ugly face of globalization. And global supply chains are the best example for summarizing that. So therefore, what we did and what we will do in the future, but we cannot do it like from the green desk in Germany. We need the businesses, we need research institutes. That's why we're funding also this research network to give this impetus and sort of come up with proposals on how meaningful engagement can look like. What we did in the past was supporting MSIs, multi-stakeholder initiatives, and we still do it, and we will continue to do that, because what we saw in the past is the companies that are engaging in those fora are very successful. And there is sort of the leading businesses that sort of take the smaller ones with them. And it's a learning platform, and very much also we hear that from businesses as well, that they very much are thankful that these forums are been given. But what we also need is projects on the ground. So that's why we came up with the initiative on global solidarity. This is a program by BMZ funded in light of the Corona pandemic. It started with that, but now we're shifting more to the global south, to the projects, to the businesses. And we have a sectoral focus on the textile sector for the first phase, but we're open for any other sector as well. So we will then go to the automotive industry in the second stage, and we're open for any other proposals as well. So what do we do there? We look at the businesses and we wait for their proposals. It's nothing that is imposed on the businesses. We give our impetus. And on the other hand, we have the development cooperation, direct cooperations with our partner countries, where we also listen. So what is the need of the government point of view? And where are their sectoral main issues that they would like to tackle? We bring these two together, and hopefully we will then also join that or link that with the MSIs that we're supporting and come up with meaningful engagement. And on the other hand, we're scaling it up to the European level. We have the lead for a new Team Europe initiative, where BMZ will also fund the secretariat, where we will do exactly this on European level. So what we're urging businesses is to come up now with ideas, not only in the global north, but especially in the global south. And this will be part of our governmental negotiations as well, to sort of encourage those. Where do they see their needs? Because what we see in the global north is not so much the project itself, it's more information generation. That's why we have the help desk on business and human rights. For years now, it started with the National Action Plan, and it continues now with the regulation, where we directly inform businesses here in Europe and in Germany about their due diligence obligations. So that seems to be the main driving factor for the global north. And for the global south, it's more like, okay, and I was last week in Geneva at the Business and Human Rights Forum, where I heard from the global south, hold on, wait a second, if you're doing regulation and do not include the global south from the beginning, the initial thought, that sounds a bit like neo-colonialism. You know, you impose something and then we have to comply with that. So this is something that we really need to avoid, and also for future engagements. And the European Commission also does it, also with the multi-stakeholder involvement. We have to listen to the voices of the South. That's why I was very happy to hear that. But we have to do it like jointly, together with the Global North. I think this is where the power imbalance came from. We very much sort of looked at one side of the coin and totally lost track about the other side of the coin. So this is something that we have to do in the future. And the authority, the BAFA, has also is also a complaints mechanism, so to say. So people from the Global South, be it businesses or private persons, can come up with their complaints to the BAFA, to the public authority in Germany. So the BAFA itself can also come up with ideas if they see the need for action. And one last point is, I think you raised it, is the point of cut and run. This is something that we really have to avoid from a development point of view. That's why we have a firm commitment within the German law. It's even written in the recitals of the law that our principle is qualification before withdrawal. And we would like to encourage also businesses from the Global North to stick with their business partners in the Global South. And you already mentioned that, and I'm very happy to have heard that, it's the responsible purchasing practices. This is something that led to the power imbalance in the past, because the Global North, I do not want to simplify and generalize it, but most of the businesses were just imposing their purchasing practices, very short lead times, contractual relationships were very on a short-term basis, and the pricing policy was ludicrous sometimes. So what we ask businesses with our German legislation as well is to look at that side as well and deliver answers for their responses. You have the word response and responsibility. So you have to find responses for the side effects that are created by the businesses through their business. And our accompanying measures that we're offering actually target this issue of, avoiding cut and run. I maybe leave it at that, and then we'll see.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Maybe over to Reinhold for some additional remarks.
Yes, thank you also for this remark about the impact. This is very important, of course, besides all of what I've said. I would like to tell a few words about that. As Jan stated in the very beginning, we have criticized the new regulations, and you can find it on the internet, not only once, but several times, but these are short comments. We have, for instance, dating last year, much longer report about unternehmerische Sorgfaltspflichten in supply chains, so corporate responsibility. And we have an expert group for sustainability. So our members and we care much about sustainability. And as you can see on our website, the goal of our expert group and many publications are going towards internalizing SDGs into Mittelstand business. So we are caring a lot about, and we are proud to have your minister next year on our annual event. Svenja Schulz already agreed. And this year we are co-organizing with German Water Partnership, the German delegation with Sven Flassbart, the State Secretary to the World Water Forum. And we have lots of corporations in West Africa, North Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, in the Invest for Jobs program, where we are participating with our companies, and so on and so on. So I think we are very cooperative and very interested, and the values of our members in surveys, they show that they care about climate change and social corporate responsibility and so on. So I just wanted to say, for SMEs, not only for multinational corporations, it is a very important topic. And what we are sharply looking at in all new regulations and law initiatives is just only the methods and and not the purpose. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Virpi, some short comments?
Yeah, thank you very much. So basically, Anushka, you mentioned the initiative for global solidarity. So we are in touch with the GIZ and BMZ, and also with our sister agencies, ITC, ILO, on how can we combine our comparative advantages and our duplication, of course. There was also something about the monitoring, and I'm not going to answer anything on the German monitoring or the EU, but I think I want to bring up the customer monitoring, or basically the customer pressure, because I recently came across of a study which basically showed that the generation Z, which means those who are born from 1996 to 2015, 45% of Generation Z has stopped purchasing some products because of ethical or sustainability concerns. And I think that this is also a very powerful message for the companies. There's the regulatory pressure, there is the financial pressure, but there is the consumer pressure. And I think that our young generation will be pressuring the companies on these sustainability issues. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And before I ask you, Lucian, to come in again, I would like to add a question from the chat, which I would like to direct to you, which is one on the interrelationship between this new type of legislation, to be precise, and trade agreements. So we know that there are increasingly environmental and human rights provisions in trade agreements, and how does that square with the type of legislation that we are discussing here?
Yes, indeed, a very, very important question. Let me first answer your previous question about how, I think we heard already how to really involve the Global South and the other part of the equation in any legislative process, or in putting in place the right elements. So I have one such example, which was recently prominent in our discussions with a number of developing countries, is perhaps you know about the Sustainable Cocoa Initiative, where we have partnered with the major producers of cocoa around the world, with Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana and Cameroon, who are probably producing more than 70% of the global output in this area. And we work together with them to have a number of concrete deliverables that matter to them. So it was very much driven by their own priorities. We agreed on those priorities. Then we put the money on the table. We allocated 25 million to a number of concrete activities that the beneficiary countries, they selected. They wanted to have a good grasp of how to ensure minimum revenue for farmers. So there is a price premium, kind of minimum guaranteed price that is on top of the market price. You know, some commodity prices fluctuate widely, and if your livelihood depends on it, you need some stability. So there is a new minimum price that is introduced, and countries and companies wanted to know how to make the best use of it. We put our best scientists on the job, and we wanted to partner with countries to understand how to make use of that. We also responded to their request to make sure that the deforestation requirements that we have now we are introducing in our law can be complied with in their own country. So again, it's not just putting in place a new requirement. It's in close consultation. It's a partnership with the major producers and the main countries concerned. And the technical assistance is funded, and the agenda is driven by the needs of those countries. So just to give a very concrete example, which is currently ongoing at the moment. Now, turning to trade agreements, I think what we have seen is that there is need for, I would say, complementarity and synergies between different instruments. And many trade agreements, particularly the ones that we have negotiated 2 decades ago or a decade ago, have, I would say, best endeavor clauses when it comes to such elements. They require a strong partnership. Our evidence and our ex post analysis suggest that they make a difference. They may not be always effective, but they do make a difference. It's a very participatory, a soft approach. Unlike other trading partners, we're not into sanctions or mandatory kind of requirements in our free trade agreements. We want to have the buy-in of the trading partner. It has to be seen as being in their own interest to go along with such requirements. And I think now the new initiatives we just discussed will go one step further, but that will allow us perhaps to even guarantee a better implementation of these FTAs. Now, no FTA is perfect. Sometimes implementation was lagging behind. And my personal hope is that with this new initiatives, we will also improve the implementation of free trade agreements.
Yeah, thanks a lot. And I think we're close to bringing this first session to an end, unless there's any urgent comment here from the audience, which is not the case. I guess we're up for lunch, but let me try to briefly, unless there's also an urgent need from my panelists here, which I also don't see to be the case. Let me try to very briefly formulate some take home messages, although that was a bit complicated with all these multiple tasks here as a moderator, but I try my best. So I think what we have seen here is agreement about the necessity to have this type of regulation, even including from the private sector that is primarily concerned, and even from those who might have to struggle with implementation issues, which is something that we knew beforehand and that we are actually now also observing, but we're also observing a private sector that in principle, at least from the German experience, is responsive and willing to comply and engage with other actors to implement such regulation. There's also agreement there that we need to prevent leakage effects of various sorts. That is moving them out of the realm of compliance of those regulations. That's one risk, but also the risk of or avoid the risk of what you have called cut and run. And the key to preventing that is support to actors, to firms in those supply chains, and in particular distant suppliers, as you may call them. But for doing that, we are all aware it adds costs. I mean, I think it's also talking only about win-win situations has not been the narrative on this panel. I think we're well aware of this, but we don't need to reinvent the wheel, as you have put it, to tackle those issues. There are many solutions out there, including voluntary standards, certification, rules, other types of regulations, including in trade agreements that can go hand in hand, that can be complementary. And I think that's a very important insight that should also be harvested in terms of further implementing those regulations. And finally, and probably most importantly, it will be key, in particular for actors in the Global South, to be part of that, ideally of the formulation of legislation, but more so than in terms of implementing it, of supporting suppliers in the Global South, and not to be cut out of the opportunities that global value chains eventually also offer in terms of economic development and employment creation. By that, I would like to thank my distinguished panel here for what I think was a very interesting first session of the day. I would like to thank the audience, in particular also our large online audience, for thought-provoking comments and questions. And we will reconvene here in this room at 2 for the next, for the subsequent panels of the day. Thanks a lot.
Hello, this is Marion Jansen. Do you hear me?
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our second session in the Forum on Globalization and Industrialization. And this afternoon, in our session here, we want to talk about geopolitical challenges and sustainable global value chains. For that, we have assembled a very distinguished panel of speakers, two of whom are here. Melanie Müller to my right, and Olaf Deutschbein on my left. And we also have three speakers joining us online, which is Marion Janssen, Faisal Ismail, and Jorge Maria Martinez. I will introduce all of the speakers in more detail along the way, so to speak. But let me just set the scene for this session. So we are all aware that geopolitical challenges have increased over the last 3 years. Geopolitical challenges due to a COVID pandemic, due to armed conflicts, due to trade disputes in the world. And these conflicts have initiated a shift in thinking about global value chains over the last few years. We're now talking about dependencies from partners or from trade partners, dependencies in particular inputs, and so on and so on. And of course, we need to think about ways of how to deal with this. How can global value chains be resilient in the light of these geopolitical considerations? How are we dealing with potential trade-offs between goals in global value chains, such as ensuring sustainability with the trade-off posed by geopolitical challenges? So I think a lot of questions that come to mind when thinking about this. And in this session here, we will discuss these challenges, or the 5 speakers will discuss these challenges, and we'll put some emphasis on the perspective of the Global South. And we'll highlight the most pressing issues for developing and emerging economies and see how national and multilateral policy actors can potentially respond to this. So this is the scene. So it's about geopolitics and how we'll react to this. Perhaps just a couple of practical remarks. So we have until we started a bit later. So until about 3:20 or so, we'll be talking. So I'll start the conversation by essentially introducing each speaker and posing one question to them. So we have about half an hour to 40 minutes. And then, we're open to questions, and we'll have a Q&A session. I should also mention that the panel will be recorded. And of course, also to our online participants, we are keeping an eye on the chat. So if you have questions along the way, please feel free to post them on the chat, and we'll take them up here. Okay, so let me then come to our speakers and to our topic. So let me start with Melanie Müller on my right here. Melanie is a senior associate with a focus on Southern Africa at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs, or Stiftung Wissenschaft und Politik, SWP in German. And she's the head of a research project, Approaches for Transnational Governments of Sustainable Commodity Supply Chains. Melanie has conducted research in various countries of the Global South, in African countries, particularly in Ghana and Niger, and has published extensively on political and socioeconomic developments there. So let me start off with the first question then, Melanie. What do you see as the main geopolitical challenges we as a society are facing at the moment? And what is your take on what this implies for sustainability in global supply chains?
Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing the panel, and thanks to my fellow panelists for joining today. I think it is not one challenge that we're facing, but multiple challenges and also multiple crises in the past 3 years, with a serious impact on the world economies, and I think with a very serious impact on how companies and decision makers think about global supply chains. Some have even talked about deglobalization. I'm not so sure that we're seeing this happening. I also don't think that we should go into that direction. But there's clearly a more critical thinking on dependencies, vulnerabilities, and also questions about with whom to work and with whom to collaborate. I mean, maybe let's take a step back. I think it started with the COVID pandemic when supply chains were disrupted. And I mean, some impacts and consequences are also still visible because disruptions in supply chains at various stages of supply chains because of the lockdowns that happened in various or that were enforced in various countries. They caused delays in supply chain, and they also exposed the global structures and also the inequalities of supply chains. And I think if you look at the development of policy documents, you can clearly see how concepts such as strategic autonomy were used for the economic sector, which were before the pandemic more or less used in the sector of security. So I think this was really a shift in how decision makers all over the world approach these topics. I mean, as a German, I normally also observe the debate in Germany and in the EU. So various concepts on security of supply for strategic goods were developed also in the US. But also as someone who always keeps an eye on South Africa and the African continent, I found it also very interesting to see how the debate around the African Free Continental Trade Area evolved. So it almost speeded up the process. And I think there was a lot also happening in Latin America because those were regions that were very vulnerable during the pandemic. We often talk about the vaccine inequality, but I think also in various other sectors, it was very clear that without producing in the regions, it might be a bit difficult when times are complicated. And also, I think we also need to understand that there were some insecurities in the relationship between China and the US, which of course, as the two very important and major economies, that also has a direct impact on other regions. So I think while it was always clear that the world is connected, the pandemic exposed how connected it is, but it also exposed how difficult it is for certain regions to take part in supply chains and also to have security of supply. And I also think that even for the EU, it was interesting to see that they're also highly dependent on imports. It's what I said, the delays that we're still facing. I mean, Christmas is approaching, so it's not very clear if all goods are going to be available. So I think this is kind of a new phase. And I think between the 90s and now, it is a major shift in how we think about supply chains. And then at the beginning of this year, we are entering a new phase. While we talked about reshoring and nearshoring, we now see concepts developing that advocate for friendshoring, which means not relocating supply chains, but more or less looking a bit more carefully on the trading partners, on those countries that we would like to work with, when I speak from a German perspective, countries and partners that share similar norms and values. And also, I think the high dependencies on big economies are being questioned. They are not seen as a good thing, as an integration in global supply chains, but rather as a threat or at least a vulnerability. And I think that, again, has a tremendous impact on the debate, especially in Europe, because it's the continent that is currently affected by the Russian invasion on the Ukraine, but at the same time, also the other regions that also facing or that also see the impacts of this war within Europe unfolding. So the question for me is a bit, if it's not deglobalization, what is it then? Are we entering a regionalized world maybe, which I think is kind of likely, where we have regional economic centers that might be connected globally, Is it friendshoring, which I think is a concept that's very complicated to enforce, because what does it mean? Are friends always friends? How do we measure it? Is it a political interest, an economic interest? Is it an ESG interest? It's not very clear. And also, I mean, do we really need to question our assumptions that we want a globalized world, and we also want to work with each other via trade, and maybe see where collaboration and cooperation is still possible. To me, it's not really clear yet. I'm not sure if the other panelists have a different view. I think a regionalized world is maybe something that we're entering into. But then the question is, what about sustainability? Because I think before or at the beginning of the year, the European Supply Chain Law or Act was highly debated, and now what is not in question, as we heard this morning, which is a very good thing. But at the same time, energy prices are rising, and the question of security of supply is a very important aspect. So where are we now? Do we prioritize security of supply, or do we integrate sustainability and security of supply to create long-term stability? I think the panel this morning addressed it. I also came across a very interesting study from the OECD that showed that companies with a focus on sustainability were able to navigate through the pandemic in a much better way than others, because they know their partners, they know their supply chains, they can react to disruptions because they know that they would happen. If it's just like a trading partner, you don't know anything about the way, it is a bit more complicated. So how to integrate these aspects, and also how to integrate geopolitical aspects and other domestic developments into the ideas or the strategies of how to do business. I think with regard to that, it is very important to work on a couple of challenges to make it possible to understand supply chains. And one big challenge for me still is transparency, or the lack of transparency in many supply chains, because it is sometimes impossible to trace back where goods come from. And how can we ensure that supply chains become more transparent? A European law won't be the only answer. So the question is, how do we integrate partners from other countries and from other regions? Then we have a high concentration in certain supply chains. So some actors are more powerful, others are not. This is also an important aspect. And how do we deal with countries and companies that don't comply, that don't want to support sustainability? Are we witnessing two markets or the development of two markets? I mean, what does that mean? And I think, therefore, it is much more important to integrate the perspectives of the Global South, and I'm glad we're going to do this today. And I think on the last point, also to have a bigger emphasis and focus on the financial sector and on trading companies, and integrate them more into sustainability regulation, because they're the ones who are able to provide information. And I think this is an area that is one of the bigger challenges, as we've also seen with regard to the discussion on the EU sustainability law. So many challenges and questions, but I'm very much looking forward to the rest of the panel and their contributions.
Okay, thank you very much, Melanie. You really touched on a lot of, I think, very pertinent issues for this debate. Covering a lot of aspects. You also mentioned the OECD, so I take that as a cue to move over to our next speaker from the OECD, Marion Jansen. Welcome. And Marion is the director of the Trade and Agricultural Directorate at the OECD. And before she joined the OECD, she was the chief economist at the International Trade Center in Geneva. Before that, again, having had various positions at the WTO and at ILO. So welcome again, Marion. And let me start us off by asking you one question, perhaps from your perspective. Of course, we do have, as I said, a lot of geopolitical tensions, raising general aspects about the sustainability in global supply chains. but also particularly trade in agriculture and food is something that is very important for food security around the world. So what do you see as the main challenges stemming from the geopolitical tensions?
Thank you, Holger, and thank you for inviting me. Very pleased to be with you today, albeit only digitally. Yeah, I think the food supply chain situation, the food market situation currently generally is a very explicit and unpleasant example of how geopolitics are currently playing out in global markets. When you ask me what is my main concern around agricultural trade or agricultural markets in general right now, I would mention four things. The first point would be the return of food diplomacy or even weaponization of food. This is something that is very sad. I would say a bit more about this. Second point, instability and what it does to the dollar exchange rate with important consequences for the global south. Third point, we are currently very closely observing what is happening to energy prices because they influence fertilizer prices, and that again has food implications. And last but not least, there is this other big challenge that was already there last year, 2 years ago, and continues to be there, which is climate change. Climate change having a direct impact on food production across the globe. Now, a few words on food diplomacy or weaponization of food. Most of you will know that Russia is a major exporter of many agricultural products, in particular in the grain market. And the same is the case for the Ukraine. In markets, for instance, like wheat, the two together hold between 1/4 and 1/3 of the global market of exports of wheat. So when Russia attacked the Ukraine, and here I'm using terminology reflecting that I work for the OECD. So this is OECD terminology, Russian aggression against the Ukraine. That made agricultural markets very nervous. And we heard in the news that major exports, parts of exports, global exports would be falling away, would not be available in the market anymore. The word of 25% of grain exports now not being available anymore made markets become very nervous. Now, what we have seen in that period and what we have seen since is, in our view, potentially conscious manipulation also of markets. Interestingly, Russia already imposed export restrictions on grains and on fertilizers a few months before the invasion and continued to do this during this war period. But there's also evidence of there being effort to influence other players in global markets to introduce export restrictions. And there was indeed a moment during this year in which other markets, other countries imposed export restrictions. All this is bad for the availability of food in markets, and all this is very bad for the mood in the market, and markets that are nervous lead to overshooting and lead to prices that are too high. In all this period, one thing that was also interesting is that in the media, also at the beginning, international institutions, we focused on the role of Russia and Ukraine as exporters. In reality, because of this war, it's the production in Ukraine that is at risk and that may not hit global markets. And that production only represents 4% in markets like wheat. 4% of a certain crop we lose every year because of climate change, climate fluctuations, but nobody would get nervous about this. But instead of using that 4% number, we were all using the 25% number, contributing to nervousness. What I want to say with all this is that the way this war has unfolded and also the way different countries have behaved with their policy during that period has been very unfortunate, creates at least a suspicion that there is a conscious playing with prices in food markets and with availability in food markets. This is why I use the term food diplomacy or weaponization of food. And this is a very, very sad situation because the main importers of food are based in the global south. And it's those countries that suffer most. That's the first aspect, and that's something I hope that we will grow out of as soon as possible. Second, the dollar exchange rate. Nervousness in market uncertainty generates exchange rate fluctuations. And so what we typically see when markets are nervous is that the dollar becomes more expensive and also currencies like the Swiss franc. Now, food is traded and agricultural products are traded in markets in dollars. Just after the war started, many grain prices shot up by around 60%. They are back now close to where they were before the war in terms of dollars. But the dollar is very high right now in a situation, geopolitical tensions, now in the meantime accompanied also by interest rate increases in the United States. This leads to the dollar becoming very expensive. So maybe now the grain price in dollar is back to where it was before the war. But if the dollar is 20% more expensive, that means that many African countries pay 20% more for food imports. I say this because, as you heard from Holger, I've worked my whole life on international trade, my whole professional life. Trade economists deal with models that typically only look at the real economy aspect of things. The exchange rate is something that we haven't really looked at. And it's really thanks to the former IMF chief economist Geeta Gopinath that we have become aware of how important that exchange rate is and how it can evaporate the influence of trade policies if the dollar fluctuates at a certain amount. And the dollar exchange rate is very important for the global south. So I mentioned food diplomacy, I mentioned the dollar exchange rate. We have come through the autumn that we had feared to be a period of big food insecurity. We have come through it relatively well. Now all eyes are set on the next harvests across the globe, and the quality of the next harvests will depend on fertilizer use. Fertilizer prices are huge, are very high. Again, we think there is, like that was the case in grain some time ago, overshooting going on. But that may affect what we see as harvests in the future. So far, the predictions from our international information system, the agricultural market information system, is predicting that markets are becoming calmer and that the outlook is not negative. I hope that is the case, but we will continue to observe this. And last but not least, the big unknown in all of this, climate change. We have seen periods of exceptional drought in different places of the globe. We have seen incidences of floodings that have wiped out the entire harvest and made it difficult to plan for the next seasons. In other places of the world, I think that it is now accepted by most people that climate change is going on and it is affecting what we can produce where, and above all, the risks that we have to incur in our food production. So we are, to sum up, in a situation where we are exposed to increased uncertainty in terms of climate, increased geopolitical uncertainty, and this is not very rosy and positive. I would like to finish by coming back to Melanie's words. One way in which we hope as OECD we can contribute to this is by helping members and all other actors who are interested to work with us to build stronger supply chains around sustainable criteria. We have, as Melanie said, we have been able to show that having strong partners with whom you collaborate around joint criteria makes chains also more resilient, and we will continue to work in that direction. In February next year, we organize a ministerial conference on responsible business conduct, and we look forward to working with our members and with any representative from the Global South who is interested. I leave it here, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Marion, for this very candid and to some extent bleak assessment, but also for leaving us on a positive note of what the OECD can and will do. Thank you. And yeah, I think now it's time to move continents virtually at least, and move over to Faisal Ismail, who is joining us. Actually, I'm not sure from where you are joining us, so I shouldn't say, but you're based usually at the University of Cape Town, where you're an adjunct professor. And Faisal has served as the Ambassador Permanent Representative of South Africa to the WTO until 2014. And prior to that, he was the Deputy Director General for International Trade and Economic Development in the Department of Trade and Industry of South Africa, and also the Chief Trade Negotiator since 1994 between South Africa and the EU. So great to have you on the panel, Faisal, and let me ask you for the perspective of the Global South. From your perspective, from your experience, what do you see as the main challenges for the Global South arising from the current situation?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's such a great pleasure to be with you, and I listened with great interest to the discussion so far by Melanie and Marion, and I do agree that the world is facing multiple crises, and from the point of view of Africa, you know, the 1980s and the 1990s were really bad for the continent. It was a period of low growth, high debt. But the first decade of the 21st century saw Africa rising. High levels of growth gave a lot of confidence to African countries. And we did see a number of initiatives taking place to integrate the African continent. But the second decade has brought with it multiple crises from outside the continent, starting with the recession and the Great Recession, which came with the financial crisis. And then, of course, COVID-19, which again, externally driven, but impacted severely on African countries. Then the war with Ukraine, and as I think Marianne has explained, you know, this has multiple impacts on Africa because of food prices have risen. And then, of course, as she's explained, the exchange rate effect has also created a deepening debt crisis in Africa, wiping out, you know, and rolling back all the gains we made in the first decade of this 21st century. And then, of course, the biggest crisis of all, the climate change. Climate change, as you know, is impacts on everyone across the world. But the continent of Africa has actually faced the worst. The IPCC report says that the impact will be twice as large. Extreme temperatures will impact more significantly on Africa. And already we see all the negative impacts, floods and cyclones, and locusts, and a number of other changes taking place on the African continent, which place the continent in a very severe situation. So what should the continent do, and how should we respond as a world community? Well, I think the continent should turn these threats into opportunities. And we should see how we can together, working together with the African Union, and now with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, how 55 member states working together can begin to mainstream climate change response into our national development strategies. We have no choice. We have to address these impacts on climate change. We have to build resilience. We have to address issues of adaptation, as Melanie and Marian have explained, the impact on agriculture. It means we have to adapt our agriculture. For example, you have the wheat crisis impacting on Africa, but Africa has its own wheat. It has cassava. Cassava, is an indigenous product which grows in Africa, but, we've abandoned this for, imports of wheat, but we can adapt and go back to those agricultural products which are more resilient. And then, of course, we have to address mitigation as well. So I argue that I've written a paper recently for an NGO in Geneva on climate change, and I've argued that African countries need to develop climate resilient development strategies. And we need to do this in a way which is mainstreamed into our national development strategy, but also at the regional level, working together with the African Union and the AFCFTA, we can develop a climate resilient development, what I call developmental regionalism. And that means integrating the continent, but also addressing issues of adaptation, agriculture, industrialization, but also mitigation. And that means, we have to find ways of adding value to Africa's commodities by building regional value chains. But we have to do it this time in a way which addresses climate change through green industrialization, leapfrogging, and adapting, to the new technologies that are becoming increasingly available. And Africa can leapfrog because, it's not encumbered by heavy investments in old technologies, including on fossil fuels. So most African countries have very low levels of energy infrastructure, and they can immediately move towards renewable energy. Africa has the greatest store of renewable energy resources in the world. Wind and solar are more prevalent in Africa, but also geothermal energy and hydro. And therefore, we can, working together, we can build what, we have already started building these cross-border pipelines and also transmission grids, which at the moment have been built for sub-regions, but there are possibilities for Eastern and Western Africa and Southern Africa coming together, joining forces and creating better energy infrastructure. So all these things are possible at the regional level. We will need, of course, the support of the world. And here I argue that instead of just accepting that, we do have geopolitical tensions, global competition between, the major powers, we have to take action, and we have to, exercise agency. And I argue that African countries must exercise agency in moving towards together to reform the global architecture, governance architecture. They can do this by insisting that the global architecture of governance should move away from this mercantilist and asymmetrical power structures that reinforce inequity in the world system, but instead put in place the values that brought the fathers of multilateralism together, and then that's around solidarity. So if we reinstate solidarity as the principle of the global system, secondly, we need to create policy space for development. And that means accepting diversity, that there are different paths to development. And this is what we all have to appreciate. The developing countries and perhaps the new emerging economies will develop differently from the OECD countries, and we have to accept diversity, and the system, the rules of the system must accept that. And thirdly, it's clear to me that the global system of governance is inadequate to deal with all these multiple crises. We still talk about trade rules in the WTO and environmental rules in the UNFCCC. We need to bring these together. We need to also discuss finance, exchange rates, as Marian has explained, not just in the G20, but we need to find coherence for rules that deal with trade, with investment, with finance, and with climate change. And if we don't do that, we're not going to be able to solve multiple crises that the world faces today. So we have to exercise agency. We can't allow the current trends to continue because the history will judge us very poorly. And I think African countries can take the lead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faisal, for giving us the perspective from the African continent, and solidarity and agency are big buzzwords. Thank you. And let's move over to Latin America then. Jorge Mario Martinez Piva is Chief of the International Trade and Industry Unit at ECLAC, so the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean. And he's based in Mexico. And he works on themes of international trade, regional integration, and industrial policy, with an emphasis on value chains and the related economic and social upgrading. So thanks very much, Jorge, for joining us. And the question I'd like to start off with for you is the question: Latin America is becoming more important as an alternative source of raw materials, in particular for low emissions technology. Is this the right perception, or how do you perceive the increasing, or perhaps not increasing, involvement of Latin America in value chains?
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on which side of the globe you are located now. I want to thank first for the invitation, and especially want to thank my colleagues from UNIDO for hosting this forum. Let me start by saying something about global value chains and how developing countries participate in global value chains. And then I will go directly to your question, Olga. As you know, participation in global production chains created millions of jobs in developing countries. And that means that developing countries in general are very eager to continue participating in global production. And global value chains are a way of sharing that part of the pie, of the production pie. However, as you know, protectionist movements blame also global value chains for the deindustrialization and industrial job losses. That opens a question on how to participate, and how can countries better take advantage of the participation in the global production in general. And of course, Latin America is also a question in trying to answer that question. Latin America is not an homogeneous region. When we have from Central America to Mexico, a region very much linked to United States. In South America, more linked to China, actually. And some countries to Europe, but increasingly to China. South American countries are more active in raw materials production and exportations of lithium, for instance, oil, for instance, but not Central America, Caribbean, and Mexican countries, which are actually dependent of raw materials imports. So these make a very heterogeneous region. It gives a very also a non-single view of how to participate in global production chains. These the recent changes in trade and the geopolitical tensions, I think, has taken Latin America unprepared, because Latin America in general has been actively participating in global production chains. But internally, if you see internal trade in Latin America, it is only 13% of all Latin American trade. So it is actually a region that is not well integrated. And if we look for regional production chains, they're very weak, if any, depending on in the region we are looking at. So at the end, what we are seeing, Olga, is that Latin America is very dependent on international trade, on international rules, and has not really, and maybe this is different from what is happening in Africa, is not really having a formal proposal to regionally integrate. And there is no, we don't see initiatives for regional industrialization, for regional creation of value chains, which makes Latin America very much dependent on world trade. Well, this is how we are now. What can be done? What can be done, and what can Latin America offer to the world on raw materials? And let's talk about a little bit on lithium, which is what many of us have in mind when we're talking now on how to face global climate change and new ways of producing without making without warming the globe. What can we do? I think, in this I do agree with Faisal. I think we have somehow to stop being suppliers and begin being industrial partners. I think Latin American countries have a legitimate interest in increasing regional trade, in somehow promoting regional value chains, somehow adding value to raw materials, because otherwise the region will continue in being a raw material producer and supplier, and not really an industrial partner for developed countries. Saying this, trade and FDI flows have a very important role to play. I mean, countries will need to trade among them. Latin American countries will need to trade with the globe, not only to a particular, let's say, region. And this opens the question about how to tackle this friend-shoring concept. Because Latin America actually is not focused on one region. Latin America is trading with the globe in general. And I think there is a potential for foster regional trade, which means we have an agenda to address. As Marion said, it's a trade agenda, regulatory convergence, common standards, trade facilitation, but also we have to tackle things like monetary problems we're facing, like the dollar price, which is really affecting countries like Argentina. And there is something we haven't talked yet, which is services, the digital integration. I think tech standards, digital payments agreements, data privacy, that are part of the, let's say, problem in the international world, competition between regions. Let's openly say it about the rivalry on China and United States and Europe. on digital permanence. Well, there is a digital market to create in developing countries. And if we do work on a new, renewed agenda for trade, we may have better relations for Latin America, among countries in Latin America, and also between Latin America and the world. And it will make more reliable the access to any raw material in Latin America, not only lithium. But for this to happen, countries will have to work on reliable rules, multilateral rules, and we have to open a new chapter of cooperation to achieve that. And I would say this new chapter of cooperation have to include new rules for trade, some industrial rules, industrial matters, industrial standards, including ethical standards for value chains, and maybe a new chapter on how to solve problems when things like a war starts and sparks problems globally. The traditional trade agenda and the traditional cooperation agenda did not tackle these things. So for Latin America, I think, Olga, we can say we have a lot of things to share to the world, but we need the world to be prepared to tackle these new challenges, because Latin America is not linked to one specific, let's say, production factory or region, but it's actually linked to the world. Maybe Mexico and the Caribbean is an exception, which are very close linked to the United States. I will leave it there, and I will be happy to hear the rest of the panelists and open also for questions.
Thank you very much, Jorge. Very fascinating to hear the view from Latin America and the thoughts, what's going on there. Let's come back to the in-person panel. And as last speaker or panelist here on my left, we have Olaf Deutschbein. He's the head of division Sustainable Transformation of Global Supply Chains, and is also Commissioner for Sustainability Standards at the German Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development. Before he joined the BMZ, before he took that position, he was also a spokesperson to the then minister, Gerd Müller, who is well known around here. And he was head of the task force for the Green Button, one of the first state seals for sustainable textiles. So delighted to have you here. And yeah, we've talked a lot about geopolitical issues. Melanie has also mentioned, at least in passing earlier, a trade-off between sustainability and security, perhaps. What's your take on that? How can these trade-offs be tackled in your view, or what are these potential trade-offs?
Okay, thank you very much, Holger, and thank you on everybody who organized this for raising this important question on global supply chains and geopolitics. And at the end, I would like to add a European perspective. And I think in the mixture, I think we have a good picture from the different areas and the different point of views on this issue. In Europe, I think many could not imagine that after a long time worldwide, we have to talk about security of supply again. And this holds for energy, this holds for microchips, but also, and most important, for food. And Marion has underlined the dramatic situation with food supply in the world. And the second thing is that many realized just now that for strategic raw materials and products, there's a high market concentration, which leads to some kind of dependencies. And on top of that, in some of these production countries with a high market concentration, we have a problematic human rights situation or environmental situation. To give you some examples, 1 million children are forced to work into artisanal mining. The mining sector is the most dangerous sector worldwide with regard to deaths of environmentalists. And we have a lot of records about massive forced labor. So how to mitigate these risks? And from my point of view, one answer is diversification. And by doing so, we should not repeat the old mistakes of playing off security of supply and sustainability against each other. So Holger, this is one of my first answers. I believe that any political answer to the geopolitical developments can and must take place with sustainability as basis of any new decision. Just take the energy, supply with energy as one example. Energy transition, from my point of view, will not be successful if raw materials like cobalt, polysilicium, or any others come from a few markets where people and environment suffer. It just won't work. And it's also a question of global justice. So what to do to avoid the strategic dilemma we discussed yesterday? I think, first of all, we need a really honest and critical analysis of where there are problematic dependencies with critical raw materials and products. The European Commission has identified 30 critical raw materials, but we have to, further narrow that and have also add a country-specific view on that. For Germany, I can say we have done this in the energy transition sector and identified there 24 critical materials and products. So from then, second, I think we should develop a diversification strategy that do not duplicate the mistakes of the old supply chain and focus from the start on sustainability and local value creation. And this is my third point, as this actively involves the partner countries, and we need to involve them, and we need to develop attractive offers for them. And this is, like Jorge said, we need to do more than just weld on raw material extraction. We need to see that these new supply chains have a value creation at the beginning and sustainability at the center. And in doing so, would be my fourth point, is we need technology transfer in larger amount. We need sustainable industrialization and vocational training. And I mentioned that because I think this all the things our host here is working on in Vienna. But really, I think this needs to be from the beginning part of any diversification strategy. And most important, because I work for a development ministry, such diversification strategy must fit into partners' reform agenda. I don't think it will be, or otherwise, there will be little interest in such strategies from partner sides perspective, and I don't think it will have any chance of success if it doesn't fit to already existing partner reform agendas. And I'm coming to an end. How to do it? I think development policy can make here a contribution in initiating such strategies together with business and partners. So we talk about public-private partnerships in developing new sustainable supply chains. I think we have to talk about the engagement of the big development banks, and at the end in creating really win-win situation for everybody, the producing countries and the other one. And at the end, to answer your question, Holger, in short, I think to avoid a trade-off or a dilemma between geopolitics and sustainability, that can be tackled with a smart strategy of diversification. And I think development policy can facilitate such a transformation and can form a coalition of the willing. But it will be a long way to go, and it will not be something which can happen overnight.
Thank you very much, Ola, for this perspective from the German Development Ministry, and call for diversification and development policy being developed jointly with partners. I think that's some very, very good points. So we've gone through a first round of questions, and I would like to open the floor now to questions from the audience here or on the chat. And let's see. I think we have one from Tillman.
thank you for this very interesting panel. I think one aspect hasn't really highlighted a lot. So I think the first obvious thing to avoid dependency on raw materials is using less, right? And recycling and substituting, etc. And so what are the actions that can be taken there in terms of, for example, I mean, we have the EU circular economy action plan, for example. One could think of, I mean, firms are anyway working on trying to become less dependent on resource use, but also what can policymakers do to do that? I mean, for example, extended producer responsibility schemes, etc. In the automotive industry that say, okay, the producers need to make sure they're kind of circular economy solutions that drastically reduce the use of battery minerals, etc. And then setting this up globally, right? Because you have many of the cars are being sold in countries that would basically leak out of these closed systems. So wouldn't that be something very important also for development cooperation to work on establishing this kind of recycling systems? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tilman. Maybe I can also summarize. We have two questions here, which I think are somewhat related in the chat. So let me try and summarize it and just pose it, and then we can maybe collect some more and have another round of answers. So one question is directly addressed to Faisal, but I think it also, there might be some other takers as well. And so there's an interest here to know more about how sustainable regional value chains can be designed, supported, in particular on whether or how Article 6 developed at the COP26 could be a chance to finance sustainable regional value chains, particularly in agriculture or renewable energy sectors. So that was one question, and the second one is related, but I think it's more, it also goes into the question of finance. And here, I think the gist of the question is, well, isn't it time to stop talking and act more, in particular when it comes to the ESGs or the SDGs and yeah, finance issues that were discussed at COP26. So let me just look around. Are there any more questions, Rainer? We can put this, and then we have another round.
Yeah, so I have a more remark on the Africa story that Faisal told. So that he observed that in the 80s and 90s, Africa fared badly, but then had a phase of very high economic growth and progress, also in terms of poverty reduction, and then came all these shocks in a row. And so another reading of the evolution of the African economies, so very broadly, of course, there's much more nuance to it, but another reading would be that this period of high economic growth in the first century, in the first decade of the century, is also basically a raw materials story, so that African countries benefited from very high demand from China and India and others. And so that was a kind of resource boom. And already before the big crisis in the recent years, African growth was much lower when this price boom ended. So just to tell a little bit another story of the evolution in Africa, which I think is also plausible, and which means that Africa also, Mr. Deutschbein mentioned diversification from the perspective of the Europeans in raw materials, and Africa also has a lot of diversification to do in terms of its production structures, which is of course a very, very difficult process.
Okay, thank you very much. Perhaps one other question that is here is also, and I suppose that's directed to perhaps Jorge and Faisal, was the question. So Marion talked about some of the OECD initiatives the OECD is taking. From your perspective, what do you think the Global South should or would like to get from the OECD to help in the endeavors that we're facing? Thank you. So let's do another round and people can pick and choose how they want to answer. And perhaps let's start with the reverse order and start with.
Okay. Thank you very much, Olga. To the question of recycling, good point. I mean, it's the most efficient way in not extracting new raw materials, but it has a negative side. Again, you don't have a local value creation for developing countries. I mean, if we all keep in our good European world or wherever, so there is no industrialization. I think it needs to be a good mixture in having a good system of better extraction, better creation of local industry, so to really create the change in a sustainable manner. It was Faisal who mentioned that there's a huge potential in Africa for sustainable energy and building an industry out of it. I think we should support it and not to try to just close up again in Europe or wherever to focus on keeping everything. But of course, it's a necessity to focus on recycling and get improvement there. So I just totally agree with you that these needs to be taken in account when we talk about that. And to the other point, to the African story, I thought that's very interesting. My first impression was, aren't the old prices the real ones? Aren't that the ones that really it gave the value to cacao, to coffee, or to other raw materials? And then there was this large drop in world market prices, where I think they are now, we're trying with fair trade premium and everything else to raise them up again. But I think the old ones need to be more or less the focal line, so people can have an income out of this. And then the drop was really dramatic and shouldn't be regarded as good realities. It's a reality, but I think with the old ones, we were closer to giving the products the value they had, would be my comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's go the virtual round again and perhaps start with Jorge this time.
Thank you, Olga. I'll try to answer the Tillman question and also the question on the OECD and what its OECD partners waiting or expecting for Global South. I think that the dependency on raw materials that developed countries have can be somehow tackled from by a new industrial policy. But this industrial policy, or the industrial policies we are facing today, they have a risk of being not compatible with trade rules. And if they're not compatible with trade rules, they do affect more southern countries than northern countries. Why? Because southern countries, I mean, the Global South, do depend on exports of raw materials. And then we have to somehow propose a new set of industrial policies, of productive policies that are compatible with trade rules and that can answer the legitimate demand of the Global South of adding more value to their products. And that, I think, now I jumped to the Marion question, that I think is what the Global South may expect from the OECD countries. It's a new agenda, a new developing agenda that can make two policies that somehow compete today, which is industrial policies and trade policies compatible. And I think it also may answer the Tillman's questions in the sense that new industrial policies, more research and development may lead to answers for the dependence on raw materials. I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's give the floor then to Faisal on some of these questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, you know, I think we have to start, all of us, where we are now. Where we are now is that we are faced with the biggest systemic crisis the world has ever known. So it's the mother of all crises. That's the sustainability crisis. And we have to look at these lens at the rest of the problems of the world. And I think that the key question is, how do we move forward, all of us, by changing our behavior and moving in the direction of a low carbon pathway to development. And that means, you know, for Africa and other developing countries, we have to, we have no energy infrastructure in Africa. I mean, the average access is about 40%. You know, countries like Malawi have still 11% access. So this is a human right, it's a development issue, it's a poverty issue, it's a gender issue. So, and the fastest way for Africa to build its energy infrastructure is through renewables. And we do have the resources in Africa. What we lack is all the means to develop that infrastructure, which is technology, finance, investment. And one of the key questions for the continent is that the commodities it has, like in Latin America and to some extent in Asia, are at the lowest end, you know, ensure that Africa remains at the lowest value added end of the whole global value chain, and it remains systemically dependent on the rest of the world. And so the African countries, you know, for them to develop, they have to add value. And to add value, they need the rules of the game to change. They need the asymmetry of economic power represented by the rules on investment, on technology, on finance, to change, to become more equitable, and for greater access to all these resources so that they can industrialize. Now, we know the history of industrialization, and we know everywhere in the world, everyone cheated. So we need to make sure that the rules this time are flexible, and we accept diversity, and we support, you know, development in the poorest countries. Why? Because if we don't, we're not going to solve the sustainability problem. And we learned this from COVID, that, you know, we have to work together because it's one world. But climate change is, you know, even a bigger systemic crisis. It requires all of us to cooperate. So one of the critical things, it seems to me, is that on this current path, we're never going to solve sustainability. If we discuss, whether it's in Article 6 or any other, you know, in the UNFCCC, the UNFCCC, you know, its mandate is given by the environment ministers, and trade ministers, finance ministers to a large extent, and other real economy ministers, they don't participate. In the Geneva, in the WTO, I know because I worked there for many years, it's the trade ministers will come, the finance ministers don't come, and you won't get them there because they don't want rules on finance, and of course, you know, other economy ministers don't attend. So there needs to be coherence in the way in which we address the global systemic crisis, which is sustainability. And I think we need to work towards greater coherence by, either, in the United Nations calling for a summit, bringing together all these different forums to discuss how we build coherence, because we can't solve whether it's Ukraine or geopolitics, the issues around sustainability everywhere, because most of the raw materials or most of the new materials for climate change, where are they? Some of them are in Africa, some of the rare earths are, in the East. And all these issues, require cooperation. It can't be a new competition in the world for green industrialization, and Africa once more remaining at the lowest end of the global value chain of global production in green industrialization, producing hydrogen, but for Europe, but actually only producing it at the lowest end of the value chain. We can produce a lot of hydrogen, use our sun, put it into, tanks of gas, hydrogen, and send it to Europe. But where is Africa going to be in the value chain? At the lowest end. So it can't be that. It has to be a systemic change. And it means that we need a new way of thinking about global governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faisal. And I'll hand straight over to Marion for her thoughts.
Thank you. Very interesting discussion. I hear an echo. Is my sound okay?
Yeah, it sounds fine here.
Good. Now it's better also on my side. I would like to make 3 points in reaction to the different issues I heard. I would make a short point on recycling, and then I will make a point on coherence, going back to Faisal, and on partnerships. On recycling, just defining from some research we did at OECD on recycling of lithium batteries. And we discovered first that there are enormous economies of scale in order to be able to recycle lithium batteries. So you need a huge amount of capacity to recycle. So basically, you will need trade in order to bring together enough material for these recycling firms to function. But secondly, we discovered that currently 70% of the global recycling of lithium batteries takes place where? In China. So we already have dependencies in the next stage of our green transition, and that's something that our OECD policymakers will have to tackle with. On coherence, and that brings me to the question of one of the things that the OECD, I believe, can contribute. One interesting aspect of the OECD is that we are whole of government. So we, through our committees, reach out to pretty much all the ministries in governments. I think the exception is the Defense Ministry. And one of the interesting aspects that is happening right now is that some of the newest trade-related rules, legal instruments, are not coming out of the Trade Committee that I'm responsible for, but are coming, for instance, out of the Competition Committee. The rules on competitive neutrality are very important for the use of subsidies and the use of industrial policies, for instance, that Jorge made reference to. There are rules on state-owned enterprises, very relevant for the discussions in the international trade context. But also the rules coming out of the digital committees are relevant for digital trade. They do not come out of the Trade Committee. The rules for data flows in OECD countries, they are coming out of that committee, but they are relevant for trade. And last but not least, we have rules from the Environmental Committee, for instance, on transboundary trade of hazardous waste. Again, very relevant for the green transition, but this comes out of the Environment Committee, and the Environment Committee deals with environmental ministries. I will not hide that also within one organization, and achieving coherence between those committees and ensuring that they talk to each other and understand how the different rules speak to each other. It's not easy, but I do find it easier to do this within one organization than in the past. I've experienced the potential for this kind of collaboration across organizations. So I would invite others to look at what our other committees are doing on aspects that are relevant for trade. For instance, the rules for responsible business conduct, and that's one of these are standards that we are increasingly now considering as potentially interesting for the future of supply chains. They come from a working party under the investment committee. I would agree that in this context of looking towards the future of sustainable supply chains that are sustainable, we have to look for sustainability criteria that work for all sides. We have to look for contributions and a distribution of gains along the supply chain that work for the global north and for the global south. And this is maybe an area where we may have an opportunity, because Faisal, if I do not fully agree with you on one point, it's the dependencies on where they lie. Aren't we in the north very dependent on your region, Faisal, and on your region, Jorge, in this period when it comes to energy and when it comes to raw materials? The negotiation balance has changed, and I think there is an awareness on many places, including in our organization, of the need to look into a different way of looking for partnerships and building the rules and the criteria that are going to be applied along supply chains. Personally, I believe that it will be easier to develop those rules, criteria at a supply chain basis, with the different players, including the private sector, at the table, rather than setting, as we have done in the past, those rules horizontally for all trade, because what works in one chain may not work in other chains. And we will increasingly start to look in that direction, to look along the supply chain for the best way to move forward.
Okay, thank you, Marion. And I'll hand over straight to Melanie.
Thank you very much. I think Marion made a very important point about the negotiation or the bargaining power of countries in the global south. And I think at least my impression is that some are still not aware on, the opportunities that are arising at the moment, and that they have a lot of potential to negotiate, because I would fully agree. I mean, the dependence of European countries on imports is so high, and it will increase because of the mobility transition, the energy transition, the digitalization, and so on. So I think this is really, it could be a game changer, but those opportunities need to be used in a way. But I also think, Faisal, the global summit you mentioned and having a global forum in order to discuss these supply chain questions, I think it is really needed, and it needs much more attention. When you look at the G7 conversations and the documents that came out of it, I mean, I think we saw there is a high awareness on these questions, but it needs to materialize and integrated and thought through. And then I also wanted to respond to Tilman's question about recycling and circular economy. I would also support or underline some of the comments that were made, that it's one solution, but it's not the only one. It's like part of the agenda for security of supply in minerals and metals, and part of the discussion on a European level, also in Germany, because I think the Ministry for the Environment is about to develop a circular economy strategy where raw materials will, of course, also play a role. And I think there are some technical aspects that need to be taken into account. Some minerals can already be recycled, copper up to 90%, but there are in other areas, like we lack technical possibilities and opportunities. So I think there's much more research and innovation needed in order to being able to do that. That means we have to look at each supply chain to fully understand what is possible at the moment and what is needed. Secondly, I mean, you have 30 different raw materials in your cell phone only. I mean, this is, and who recycled his cell phone? I mean, who did? It's very complicated to do that. Even if we recycle products, it's sometimes very complicated for recycling plants to recycle them because of the construction plans and how products are being made. So I think this is something when we think about recycling, we have to take into account the whole product and really from the development of the product until recycling so that it is easy and possible without high energy consumption. And some companies are still not willing to be more transparent about their construction because of competition with other companies. So I think this is something that we also need to take into account. But I think in general, what we need is to create a very different understanding of how we use products. We reuse minerals. We don't use them. They're not wasted. They're just in a different form. And I think this is something that needs to be developed further on a societal level, because if consumers are not aware that, I mean, they technically carry precious metals all around the world, it will be a bit complicated to bring everyone on board. And if I may, I might slightly contradict Mr. Deutschbein because you said, no, because you said if we increase recycling, it doesn't necessarily provide opportunities for the global south. But I mean, recycling can take place in the global south. I mean, we can build construction plans, and it's interesting because at the same stage of the supply chain where we refine and smelt minerals, it's where you do recycling again. So it's very similar technical process. So some companies do smelting and refining and recycling at the same time. So I think the question is, when we think about circular economy, does it mean a European circular economy or a global circular economy? And how can we integrate African countries, Latin American countries into those circular economy strategies? And maybe one last part, I mean, in many countries, recycling is part of the informal economy. I mean, I'm not sure who's been to Ghana, for example, or in South Africa. I mean, every time you're in Cape Town, someone is walking around trying to collect cables or other stuff in order to sell them. So I think it is very interesting to also look on how to maybe formalize or think about how we can integrate people that sometimes have to work on a very difficult conditions on dump yards or waste dumps. So I think this is a potential for local content creation that is still underlooked, but it needs a holistic approach. And of course, you can respond.
Yeah. Thank you. No, I think we are definitely on the same page. What I'd like to raise with my comment is, I had Akpla-Poshi in my mind. I don't know if you know that big thing in Ghana and Accra. So this is not the kind of recycling or even a little bit more developed. I was thinking, if we talk now leapfrogging, the next step, I thought it's important not to have this kind of industry, what we regard as waste, go then there and let them do some recycling, get it back to us or something, but have this good job, the innovation jobs, the startups, the digital jobs. So the people have the interesting stuff. They are not the one we don't want. That's why I said recycling is the thing. First of all, we need to look that there still is some supply chain where people have an income out of it, but it needs to be interesting jobs. But I think we mean the same in this regard.
Good, thank you very much. I'm being mindful of the time, so therefore I think it's probably time to now draw this to a close. We do have some more questions in the chat, but I apologize. I think we should come to a conclusion now. So as I said in my remarks this morning, we won't solve all the problems, but we might contribute some jigsaws or some puzzles, some parts to the jigsaw. And I think we've done that this afternoon. We've had some really interesting insights, I think, starting with the fact that, of course, nervousness on part of the actors leads to overreaction in a lot of cases. We should be very mindful of that. And also the idea that perhaps we shouldn't and perhaps we don't need to play off sustainability against security. also, I found very interesting that both from Africa and from the Latin American perspective, two issues came up, and that was the need for and the wish for rules, multilateral rules, a rules-based approach, and also, in increasing value added in these regions as an important step for development. So I can't, and I don't want to summarize everything that was being said. I think these were some aspects that I found very particularly interesting. So thanks again to all of you, all 5 participants, Marion, Faisal, Jorge, Olaf, and Melanie. And thanks to all of you in the audience for listening and for providing questions, and also people online. Thank you for sticking with us. And we do have a break now. I am taking the liberty of saying we now have a break until 4 o'clock, coffee break, and this coffee break will be on the 2nd floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much to everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
is green hydrogen, opportunities and strategies for local value creation and technological learning. And I think you all know that green hydrogen is a very big topic. It's every day in the news. And so I'm Tilman Altenberg. I'm the head of the program Transformation of Economic and Social Systems at the German Institute of Development and Sustainability, which used to be German Development Institute until a few weeks ago. And so I have the pleasure to moderate this panel here. And let me start, before I introduce the panelists, to say something about why green hydrogen is a relevant topic. Firstly, you know that sectors that produce the majority of global greenhouse gas emissions face a steep challenge to decarbonize. And in some sectors, you can decarbonize by replacing fossil fuel with renewable energy, for example, shifting from combustion engine automobiles to electric vehicles. But in some sectors that are big polluters cannot be directly electrified. Those are the so-called hard to abate sectors, which include steel, chemical industries, cement, fertilizers, aviation, shipping, and heavy-duty long-distance transport, for example. So those depend on green hydrogen and its derivatives like ammonia or methanol. And hence countries can start exporting energy converted into hydrogen or derivatives if they have a good endowment with renewable energy sources. And the good thing is that many countries of the global south are well endowed with solar or wind, or in some cases geothermal sources of renewable energy. So in principle, there's a big opportunity to convert that into a machine for industrialization, right? But there are also risks. I mean, it may happen that project developers come and set up big turnkey plans with productive linkages remaining minimal. So then there are still benefits in terms of foreign exchange earnings, etc. But the potential is not fully leveraged for sustainable local industrialization. But on the other hand, there are opportunities for value creation and technological learning. And may I ask for the slide, please, the slide there. Just to start, this picture was taken from Siemens Energy. It shows essentially the potential linkages from green power to hydrogen, and then all the downstream linkages that potentially are linked. So what it essentially says is that hydrogen is a very central thing to the productive network of firms. And because of this linkage potential, it can really become a game changer for industrial development. So, and the red things there is I just came back from South Africa. And so the red things are something I put into the Siemens Energy picture about what's currently being discussed in South Africa as industrialization potentials, right? And you see lots and lots and lots of different pathways and different linkages. No need to go into this later on. We also have a South African panelist here who can explain some of this later on with much more competence than I can. But this is just to start off. So the challenge that we want to discuss on this panel now is how to leverage this kind of linkages in technological learning. And with this, let me introduce our speakers. Let me start with the one that we have in presence here, which traveled to Vienna all the way from United Arab Emirates, Iman Ben Hayoun. And she's a business development manager, green hydrogen and renewables at Aqua Power, which is a project developer, an investor and operator of power plants, many of them in solar and wind, some also in gas. But also the firm develops desalination plants. For example, they are all over Africa and the Gulf region. And I think Emmanuel will show us the portfolio that the company is developing. So it's really a pleasure to have you here with all your expertise, and I think you can tell us a lot about the potential of green hydrogen. And then we have Dr. Ahmed Mohamed Mahina, who is a Deputy Minister, Electricity and Renewable Energy. And Egypt is a country with, of course, excellent conditions for solar and wind. And it is preparing for major investments in solar and wind and desalination. I'm sure your company is also in contact with Egypt for investments there. And then we have Salim Fakir. He's the Executive Director of the African Climate Foundation. And prior to establishing the foundation, he was head of Policy and Futures Unit of WWF, and he worked at World Conservation Union in South Africa. And he's also an academic teaching at Stellenbosch University and a very influential networker in South Africa. And then we have Rosilena Lindo, Subsecretary in Panama's Ministry of Energy and one of the architects of Panama's green hydrogen strategy. And that's probably a fairly unique strategy. I would like to hear more about that because of Panama's situation as a maritime transport hub. So I think the potential there is very different from the potential that we will see in South Africa or in Egypt. And then we have Dolf Gielen, who's Mr. Green Hydrogen, I would say, in many ways. He is a senior energy economist and lead of the Green Hydrogen program at the World Bank, where he just joined. And before that, he was based in the wonderful city of Bonn, where I'm also coming from, and a director of IRENA's technology arm there. And IRENA is one of the think tanks behind the whole hydrogen story, with lots of excellent studies. And also Dolf worked here at UNIDO many years ago. So I think basically it's a full circle. So you're coming back now to where you started your professional career, if I understand right. So without further ado, let me ask Dolf maybe to introduce, firstly, green hydrogen is central to industry decarbonization. As I said, especially in these sectors, hard to abate, steel, aluminum, cement, aviation, etc. And that explains the enormous hype that we are currently seeing about the topic. Yet it's not yet competitive with traditional energy carriers, with gray hydrogen, for example, which is made from fossils. And does it nevertheless make sense to start now investing in green hydrogen? What are the dimensions of what we need, what needs to be achieved globally, and what are the envisaged timeframes? So when does the whole green story become competitive and really market-driven? Dolf, please.
Yeah, Tilman, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to join this panel. I'm sorry I can't be there in person, but I'll try to do it remotely. Yeah, I want to make 3 points on this question. First of all, you say, well, green is not competitive. I would say that depends. If you look at the cost of gray hydrogen production in Europe at the moment, I think green is competitive. So it depends very much on how do you price natural gas. So competitiveness is a local thing. The second, as you said, the interest is tremendous. So the Hydrogen Council indicates that there are more than 500 projects which are scheduled for commissioning by 2030. With an investment volume of $240 billion, but only for around 1/10 of that, the investment decision is firm. So there is lots of expectations, but there's still also a lot of work to be done to develop these projects. And to give you a sense where we are today, There's less than a gigawatt of dedicated hydrogen electrolyzers installed worldwide. For a 1.5 degree pathway, we need 300 to 350 gigawatts of electrolyzers by 2030 in operation. So, and the manufacturing capacity for electrolyzers stands this year at around 15 gigawatts. So we will see very rapid upscaling in the coming years. And that comes with certain challenges. So the largest project in operation is 20 megawatts. Everybody's talking gigawatt scale projects. So 50, 100 times the size of what has been done so far. And upscaling at such rate comes, of course, with particular challenges. And the other thing which makes hydrogen a little bit different from other places is that you need to think about supply, you need to think about the logistics, transportation, and you need to think about the demand at the same time. So that makes it particular. You say, well, why invest in something which is more expensive now? Well, this is seen as the industry of the future. So it's not only looked at as a decarbonization strategy, it's also very much looked at as an industrialization strategy. And there is a sense of who moves first will capture the market. So that is also very much a driver going forward. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Could you say something before I hand over to the others? You say it is an industrialization potential. So what are the kind of low-hanging fruits or the most promising gains in terms of industrial development for countries that are well endowed with solar or wind?
Well, I would say maybe 2/3 or 3/4 of the projects which are under development right now are ammonia projects. So ammonia is seen as a key commodity going forward. The production costs for renewable ammonia are in the order of $700 per ton. Ammonia spot price was for a long time around $400 per ton, but in the last year, because of the high gas prices, that has risen above 1,000. So that's another key reason why there is so much attention there.
Okay, thank you very much. And over to you, Iman. So your company is one of the big players in the emerging industries for renewable energies. And you're a project developer, you're an investor, you're a co-owner and operator of power generation projects and also desalinated water production plants. So could you please give us first an overview of what your company is doing? What's your project portfolio? Where are you investing?
Maybe just before I start presenting AquaPower, I just want to jump on what was said before by Dolf and add a comment. Actually, there are a lot of projects now being developed in green hydrogen alone. Ammonia is actually considered as the primary carrier of hydrogen for long distance shippings. So that's the main reason why ammonia is considered for now. I really think that the hydrogen technologies that exist now, the green hydrogen technologies, are going to change very, very rapidly. And I'm going to show you now what we did from AquaPower side on our first project, well, utility scale project. And we believe that this is going to change very quickly, and that the technologies used actually for this project that is now under construction are going to become very obsolete very soon. Okay, so let me start first by presenting AquaPower. So as Tillman just said during his introduction, AquaPower is independent power producer. So we build, we finance, build, and operate our power plants. We have originally started in KSA. We have gone into Saudi Arabia. We have started in Saudi Arabia in 2005. 2004, 2005. And we started expanding through Jordan and Oman, then the North Africa with Morocco. And now we are present in a lot of countries, and in CIS countries. We are present in the Middle East, all over the region, and in North Africa, also in Senegal and in South Africa. And now the green hydrogen business started in Acopower 4 years ago, where we got associated with Air Products, which is a chemicals company from the US, to start the first green hydrogen project, which is the NEOM Green Hydrogen Project, located in NEOM City in KSA. Before I jump to that, just to give you an overview about how about the volume that we have in Acopower in terms of power. We have 67 assets representing 42 gigawatts of power. Just to give you maybe a comparison, the overall installed capacity in Europe is 130 gigawatts. So this is more or less a third of the European grid capacity. We are also the world leader when it comes to water desalination, because we do a lot of desalination projects, but also because the Middle East is the main client, I would say, for desalination projects, because we don't have as much water as in Europe or the US. So we are present in 13 countries for now, and this is expanding very quickly with the green hydrogen business line that has been built. Originally, we have done some CCGT projects and some conventional projects, but we have been focusing on renewables for over 7 years now. Acopower is really pushing for the transition to happen by starting by pushing for renewables first, since 10 years ago, all over the regions where we operate. And now by entering the green hydrogen business, let me maybe move to the next slide. This is just an overview to understand what green hydrogen can do and what are the applications of green hydrogen. So as we said, green hydrogen applications are so many. To be precise, for now, the first, I would say, or the easiest industries to crack were heavy transportation. There are a lot of companies, transportation companies, that are looking into having heavy fleet powered by green hydrogen and fuel cells. There are a lot of trucks, buses, companies that started looking at that, but lately there are some announcements also for light vehicles, like Toyota, for example, in Japan, that launched their Toyota Corolla hydrogen car a few days ago. So there is a very, let's say, a lot of interest from the transportation industry, but we expect also aviation and green steel to follow very soon. So we are in contact with a lot of aviation companies and green steel companies all over the regions we're operating in, but also in other regions that we're exploring. And I will be presenting now the first utility scale project that has been developed and now is being constructed. It's the NEOM Green Hydrogen Project. So as I explained, this is the first utility scale project in green hydrogen in the world. It has been co-developed by Acopower and Air Products with the help of NEOM. NEOM is a zero emissions city that was in Saudi Arabia, in the Gulf of Aqaba. And this city was created about 5 years ago to attract international investors to only develop green solutions and green projects. So this is the first project of this scale worldwide and in NEOM. So the idea is just to maybe give an explanation of how green hydrogen actually works. So we have a solar and wind farm that would be a bit close to the process plants area to feed in electrolyzers to split water into hydrogen and oxygen. And then we have, as I explained earlier, we have an air separation unit that splits the nitrogen from the air to be able to produce ammonia. So ammonia is a carrier for the hydrogen. So the ammonia goes directly into shipping stage, and this is where the project, I would say, scale stops. We have the SPV will be producing the hydrogen and ammonia until the shipping stage, and then the off-taker, which is Air Products themselves, will be distributing that ammonia in the US and Europe. So this is the first project that was done in coordination actually with a lot of OEMs from Europe. We have ThyssenKrupp who are doing the electrolyzers. We have Baker Hughes from the US who are doing the compression. Plus Air Products who are also a manufacturer of the air separation unit and ammonia loop. And then let's just open for what's next. So we have other projects a bit everywhere in the world, but one that is actually going to happen very soon, which is the second project under development now, is Oman Green Hydrogen Project. So we expect to have something of the same size as NEOM. In NEOM, we have 1.2 million ton per annum of ammonia produced, which is the equivalent more or less of 200,000 tons of hydrogen per year. We expect to grow by 2030 to 3.5 million ton per annum of hydrogen projects, which represents more or less 35 gigawatts of electrolyzers. Dolph was actually saying before that there's 300 to 350 gigawatts needed by the end of 2030. Aquapower is actually expecting to have 10 to 15% of that market.
Okay, so it shows you're really a big player in the field, and we shouldn't bombard our audience with so many figures. I think it's probably difficult to memorize all those. But you say essentially what you showed in your slide is there's a solar project, there's a electrolyzer plant, there's an ammonia plant, there's a port to ship it, there may be a desalination plant, and the partners that build it is ThyssenKrupp, and so all big international companies. So do you have any examples of where local companies feed into the supply chain of your project so far? Very briefly, because we need to go on to the end.
Yeah, actually, Aquapower has a commitment to include locals in all projects we are doing. This is what we have been doing already in the renewables projects we have been doing. But for the green hydrogen project in KSA, we have actually a commitment from our wind turbine manufacturer to open a factory in Saudi Arabia to do that locally. And we have a lot of other commitments from the supply chain. So this is how we drive the local, because green hydrogen doesn't exist for now. The competencies don't exist worldwide. So we are trying to drive that progress by actually asking the manufacturers to enter those countries and share knowledge during the operation of the project, the construction and operation of the project.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's now look into the country. So we have three really distinguished experts from different countries with different economic structures. Maybe starting off with Salim. Could you, I mean, South Africa distinguishes several goals. So it's not just an exporter of ammonia, which is also an important part of the South African story, but it's also industrialized countries that has a lot of polluting industry, like the Sasol, coal plants, steel and mining, etc., which are all big emitters. So what's the potential for South Africa to make use of green hydrogen in a way? that creates benefits. We had Faisal Ismail in the previous session, and he reminded us that there's a risk that countries stay at the low end of the global value chain. So what is South Africa doing to avoid that?
So thank you very much, Dr. Tillman. Just to say briefly a little bit about myself in the ACF. I'm the executive director of a very new philanthropic foundation called the African Climate Foundation. We were set up in 2.5 years ago. We have been very active in the Just Energy Transition Partnership in South Africa. We are actually we're supporting also the Namibian government around the development of the green hydrogen program in Namibia. You can almost say that that's the JETP for Namibia. And I'm also happy to say that we're operating in Senegal, Nigeria, Kenya, and also looking at North Africa. We come at the space where we are very involved in providing grants that can catalyze larger scale investments. For example, being able to use the grants as technical assistance and other forms of assistance in the design of large-scale programs like the JETP, which managed to attract $8.5 billion, which is about 30% of the total funds required for the South African transition. But to just come to your specific question, I think we have to understand the South African industrial capability, which has been built largely on the extensive use of coal, which have led to heavy industry and other industrial activities producing high levels of emissions. It's the largest emitter of carbon dioxide on the continent. It's facing a couple of challenges. One, most certainly, that will affect us in the future is if the European Union, for example, were to impose a carbon border tax adjustment on imports from carbon-intensive products from South Africa. This would be steel, this would be the automotive sector, not to mention that the fact that the EU is looking to ban internal combustion engine. And we have other types of industrial activities. You mentioned Sasol, for example, which is highly reliant on coal and gas. It derives its large share of hydrogen. It's the largest producer of hydrogen using gas. So it has a challenge to look at sourcing hydrogen from more cleaner sources. And so if you look at the scale of Sasol's investments, not only in South Africa, globally, it's a contributor of significant amounts of the GDP. And what's important about Sasol is that it's a highly industrialized company that has the Fischer-Tropsch system for the production of synthetic fuels and many other types of byproducts as a result of the Fischer-Tropsch system. Hydrogen is a key component of that, other than carbon, of course. So I want to then maybe come to a more realistic view of the process around green hydrogen and move it away from a sort of a hype of the opportunity. There's a lot of obviously public relations involved in promoting green hydrogen, and I think this is not to discount the great opportunity that South Africa has to produce it, given its very good resource base. But I do think that the question for South Africa is the timing of the scaling of green hydrogen, given that it comes at a slightly higher cost in terms of the production of it. But we have another pending problem, which is our dire straits in terms of the energy security issues in the country. The coal plants are not operating at optimal energy availability factors. And we have to actually boost our energy security through faster installment of generation capacity, and that can only be renewables at the moment. So we we have a challenge of first solving our energy crisis and then looking at interlinkages with, for example, green hydrogen and in future electric vehicles. But just in summary, three things. We are at the stage of one, the challenge of energy security and the friction it might cause between choices between going first with green hydrogen or versus solving the energy crisis. The second part is in the medium term and long term, the problem of competitiveness of the industrial sector, especially of its carbon intensity, and having to deal with that. And the third, I think, which is an area that South Africa has to look at, is the interlinkages between renewables, green hydrogen, electric vehicles, and its mineral space. It has vast mineral resources such as platinum, lithium, and others, and also is an importer. It's a passageway for copper and cobalt out of South Africa through exports. So it has to find a way to create a new, what we called in the old days, with coal and industrial activity, the dirty minerals energy complex for the clean minerals energy complex. And I would say these are the three things that I think we have to look at, and they're mostly about timing and sequencing. Thanks.
So how then would you sequence and time this? So that there are three competing uses, if I understand correctly, I mean, in this simplistic way. So firstly, you would say there's a competition for green energy. Either you develop the grid and avoid the whole system of the crisis of load shedding power cuts that you currently have in South Africa. So that's a tangent whether you go for export projects, or would you also say if you have export projects for ammonia, then it may scale up investments in the industry and thereby also benefit the local grid indirectly. So what's first, decarbonization, producing for the local grid, or so decarbonizing your own industries and creating linkages, or developing ammonia exports, or developing renewables first, if you only have a certain amount of money? So what would be your priorities? Or
so South Africa, sure, you raise a very good point, and I don't think people have thought about the sequencing very well and the timing issues. But South Africa has a huge opportunity to play into the three areas of green hydrogen production, both production, distribution, and utilization. So we don't take just a South Africa view, but also a regional view. There are already pipeline of projects. I don't know. I think you were at the conference last week where some of them have been announced. One of them is a large-scale ammonia production facility on the east of the country. I would say that what is happening is that there's almost the processes are happening simultaneously. But I would say that if it were to come to the scale of finance required, particularly concessional finance, and what we need to prioritize first, certainly the expansion of the grid capacity, which is also what we would need anyway for green hydrogen, particularly if the generation capacity for electrolyzers are overcapacitated, so that you have some level of redundancy that you can export. You would need a good transmission for that. So it could be a benefit of doing over-capacitated generation capacity in what I would call special economic zones for green hydrogen production, that is not only meets the needs of electrolyzers, but also can be exported or transmitted back into the grid where there would be a need for it. So the transmission system is very important. Repurposing of the coal plants and then rapidly expanding our renewables. I do think that the smaller, there is some level of segmentation that can happen in parallel with more I would say, enclave type of green hydrogen production. But there might be issues of political sensitivity if you continue to have energy security.
Let's get back to these political sensibility issues at a later stage. We have Dr. Mahina also from Egypt. So where does Egypt's government see its priorities and opportunities for hydrogen-related industrial development? Is that similar to what Salim has explained us, or do we have different foci here? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Moderator. And thank you so much for inviting me to be a panelist with high-level distinguished panelists. Regarding the Egyptian situation in the field of green hydrogen, there is a lot of measures have been taken to develop hydrogen in Egypt. Let me say that on 5th of March this year, an MOU was signed with the EBRD to provide finance for consultancy service to launch and to prepare the national strategy for green hydrogen. This strategy has a very good and a very ambitious target that Egypt will be one of the global leaders in the low carbon hydrogen economy. And this strategy, it is expected to be finalized, and the full strategy documents will be finished in a couple of weeks. In short time will be launched. And the framework, strategic framework of this strategy already launched in COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh last month. So we are working very hard to be a pioneer and to be a hydrogen hub in the region. Depending on the capabilities of Egypt, depending on the very good geographical location of Egypt between three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, and also depending on the potential of renewable energy resources in Egypt. In parallel of preparation of the strategy, we are working now with private sector companies in the field of hydrogen projects. Around 16 MOUs already signed with some major international developers to implement pilot projects in the field of green hydrogen. And also during the COP27, around 9 partnership agreements was signed with qualified international developers, which confirms that we are racing against time in order to achieve our ambitions and our targets. We are working on the national level and the international level. On the national level, we succeeded to launch the first project in the field of green hydrogen in Ain al-Sokhna, with the project with the capacity of 100 megawatts. We already launched the first phase of this project with 50 megawatts of this project. This project now already produced the green hydrogen in Ain al-Sokhna region in Egypt, which is considered the first project in the region produce the green hydrogen. Also, on the global level, our President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi launched in cooperation with the Prime Minister of Belgium, the Renewable Green Hydrogen Global Forum. This forum will be considered a platform for sustainable dialogue between producers and consumers in the field of green hydrogen, and also it will be considered the platform for private sector organizations and the international financial institutions to coordinate policies and producers, and also to enable the green hydrogen economy to develop quickly during the pilot phase and in preparation of the scale up and enable access of the significant renewable capabilities and the capacity and so on. For the priorities of utilizing green hydrogen in Egypt, we have a very big potential for using and utilizing green hydrogen, because Egypt is ranking fourth or fifth country all over the world for producing fertilizers. We already share with around 9% from the global production of fertilizers. To be honest with you, it is the gray fertilizers. But if we succeeded to convert this gray fertilizer to be green fertilizers by using green ammonia and the green hydrogen, and I think it will be a very good opportunity for Egypt. Also, we now, depending on the good location and depending on the Suez Canal, Egypt can be considered as a pioneer for shipping by using green hydrogen to utilize green hydrogen in the field of shipping. Also, Egypt can use green fertilizers and green hydrogen in the field of steel. Egypt is a very big producer for steel as one of the biggest producers in steel by using ammonia, by using hydrogen for yes. For refining, yes, and also Egypt can be considered as one of the first producer for green hydrogen in 19 and 16 came on Aswan with a very big project of 150 megawatt by using hydroelectric power from Aswan Dam and to use water from River Nile. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a very broad portfolio also, exporting, using it for local green fertilizer production, greening steel industry, using the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal is an interesting case because it leads us directly to our next speakers, Rosalena from Panama. So Panama is very different, I think, from South Africa and Egypt first, because it's a small country, no fertilizer industry, no steel industry, I guess, but it's the transport hub. No, we all know the Suez Canal and we know the Panama Canal, and I think lots of ammonia will probably be shipped through the canal, and you're a hub for maritime services. So would that be the starting point for your green hydrogen strategy?
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation. It is my pleasure to be here with you and share a little bit of what is Panama thinking and doing regarding green hydrogen and the other vectors that are taking part of the energy transition. As you said it before, Panama is a small country with an enormous possibility to contribute to the worldwide decarbonization. But first of all, I want to tell you that the 81% of total electricity generated in Panama comes from renewable energy, mainly water, sun, and wind. And with this number, the Energy Latin American Organization categorized Panama as the country number 8 in the world with the cleanest electricity matrix. And this is due to 5 renewable energy laws that Panama has to facilitate the import of equipment, construction, and operation of renewables within the country. And only last year, we doubled our solar installed capacity, and we are going to close this year with a similar amount of solar entering the system. In addition, more than 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy projects are already requesting provisional licenses to design and develop their green projects. Panama, as you know, is a leader in global connectivity, and with the use of the Panama Canal as a maritime route, we support the world in preventing already that around 13 million of CO2 tons are prevented to be emitted to the atmosphere due to the shortening of travel distances. And we have 4 routes of connectivity and multimodal services that converge in the country: the canal, the air connectivity, the interoceanic railway, and the land routes. And in January this year, we launched our green hydrogen roadmap to foster the preparation of Panama to position the country as the global green hydrogen route through the construction of a variety of policy instruments, regulatory framework, and promotion of investment in storage infrastructure, production of green hydrogen and its derivatives, but together with clean logistics services that offer a lower greenhouse gas emissions. And with that, we are calling that roadmap the Transformational Green Hydrogen Hub that is based mainly on the potential and plans of the Latin American and the Caribbean countries to produce and export green hydrogen and its derivatives on a large scale due to the future use of it in Europe and Asia. And what we are